This is the ultimate beginner's guide to making macros with Keyboard Maestro. I'm Mo. I help professionals and entrepreneurs stop wasting time and make more money. Over the past 6 years, I've created hundreds of macros inside Keyboard Maestro that have saved thousands of hours of time for myself and for my clients. And now I want to share everything that I've learned with you. It's going to be 6 hours long, but that's actually pretty short since I'm compressing 6 years of Keyboard Maestro experience down to just 6 hours. By the end of this course, you'll be able to make pretty much any macro to automate anything that you do in your work. Now, lots of people use Keyboard Maestro, but one issue with it is that it has a bit of a learning curve. However, you don't need to know any coding or have any previous experience. I'm going to walk you through everything from installing Keyboard Maestro to building your first macros, to learning the most important actions like how to control the keyboard and mouse. And then after you know the basics, we'll get into some insanely powerful features which will help automate even your most complex workflows. I'll hold your hand through every step of the process so that you can start building macros to save hundreds of hours a year. I'll show a ton of macros throughout this course, and you can download all of them completely for free in the description below this video if you want to try them yourself or modify them for your own workflow. I also run a program called the Automation Accelerator, where I help professionals and entrepreneurs save hundreds of hours a year with automation. I work directly with people like you to automate as much of your work as possible and free up your time so you can make more money, hang out more with your family, or do whatever you want with all your extra free time. The program is extremely personalized since I do a full audit of your workflows, so I can only work with a handful of clients at a time. But if that sounds interesting, you can click the top link in the description below to book a free call with me and see if you're a good fit for the program. But let's start the first section of this course by installing Keyboard Maestro. First, we need to download Keyboard Maestro. So go to keyboardmaestro.com and then click the free trial button here. This will download a zip file to your downloads folder. So let's double click it to open it. And then from here, you have to drag this Keyboard Maestro app file into the applications folder for it to be able to run properly. Then you can delete the zip file that was downloaded since you don't want to be that guy that has 40 random zip files taking up space. But now we can open Keyboard Maestro. So I'm going to come to the applications folder and double click on it to open it. And then I'm going to press open to bring it up. Now, the first time you open it, it will bring up this tutorial window. I'm going to uncheck this box down here so it doesn't open that next time. And then let's also allow notifications for Keyboard Maestro and the Keyboard Maestro engine. Before we can start making macros, let's give Keyboard Maestro the permissions it needs to automate your Mac. So you'll only need to do this once when you first download it, but come to the Keyboard Maestro window, then press settings here, and let's go to security. And then there's various permissions that we'll need to enable. So let's enable the accessibility permissions first and press open system settings. We'll need to make sure this is checked, and you may need to enter your password the first time that you're changing these security settings. And let's enable it for the Keyboard Maestro engine as well. And then it's going to ask for the screen recording permissions as well. So let's open system settings. Let's see. So then in this part here, we'll need to add Keyboard Maestro. Let's add that here. And it will also need to quit and reopen the app. So let's do that. And it should automatically relaunch it. So let's go back to the settings one more time. Settings, security. So Keyboard Maestro needs these permissions to perform actions like typing keystrokes or clicking on found images. Some actions can use your contacts if you want. This is completely optional, so I'm going to skip this one. And then you'll need to enable permissions as well for automations that interact with your browser. So if you use a Chrome-based browser, then you'll need to go to View, Developer, and Allow JavaScript from Apple events. And then now if we come back to Keyboard Maestro and check these permissions, we can test our browser and see that it's working correctly. For Safari-based browsers, you'll need to go to Settings, and then Advanced, and then at the bottom, press this button, Show Features for Web Developers, and then press Developer, and allow JavaScript from Apple events. And you may need to enter your password to enable that. Okay, that was pretty painful, but now let's learn how to use Keyboard Maestro. So in the far left column here, we have what are called macro groups. Now these are just folders that contain macros. So macro groups let you set special conditions like having them only work in certain apps. And then once you click on a macro group, the middle column here will show you all of the macros inside of that folder. You can double click on a macro to start editing it. And then on the right is where you actually create and edit your macros. When you install Keyboard Maestro for the first time, it comes with a bunch of pre-made macros for you to play around with. But I'm going to delete all of these so we can work from a blank slate. So you can delete a macro by right-clicking on it and pressing Delete Macro, or you can select several and do that, or press Command Backspace. So let's make a new macro group, again, of a new folder for macros down here by pressing the plus button. And I'm just going to call it Examples. And we can also change the icon up here if we want. There's a bunch of built-in options for you to select, or you can make your own. So if for some reason you wanted to, select a Latin character, you could do that. But I'm just going to set it back to a basic folder icon. And then inside of this macro group here in the middle column, I'm going to press this plus button to make a new macro. I'll call this one Open Wikipedia, since I want to make a macro that opens wikipedia.org when I press a shortcut. Now the name of the macro or macro group won't affect how the macros work at all, but to stay organized, it's helpful to come up with descriptive names for your macros. Now, how do we actually build a macro? Well, every macro needs two things. It needs one or more actions, which go down here, and one or more triggers, which go up here. So actions are the things that actually do stuff on your computer, like opening websites, sending emails, or moving files. And then the triggers up here are what cause those actions below to run. So for example, since I'm trying to make a macro to open Wikipedia, let's add an action to open a URL. So the simplest way to add actions is by pressing the new action button here, or by pressing the plus button down here. They both do the same thing. They open this actions pop-up window where you can find the actions you want. There are hundreds of actions in Keyboard Maestro, and you can click on any of these folders to see different categories of actions, like ones to control applications or ones to manipulate files. You can also search for specific actions within any of the folders, or you can search across all actions by clicking the All Actions folder at the top. So I'm going to search for URL, and now you can see there's an action down here called Open a URL. When you double click an action, it will get added to the macro on the right. And then when you're done adding actions, you can close this actions pop-up window by pressing the X at the top left. So you can see that this action has a URL, and it also lets us select an app in which to open the URL, which can be helpful if you use multiple browsers. I'm just going to leave it with the default applications for now, and I'll change the URL to Wikipedia. So I'm going to say wikipedia.com. And then now what we need to do is add a trigger so that we can actually run this action. So to do that, let's come up here and press the new trigger button. And there are a ton of different ways to trigger macros. For example, you could have the macro open Wikipedia whenever you plug in a USB device called WikiStick. But for now, I'm going to delete that and just add one of the most common triggers, which is the hotkey trigger. This lets you set a keyboard shortcut to run the actions below. And you can see now this box here is highlighted. That means it's waiting for me to press a keyboard shortcut that it will use to trigger the macro. I'm just going to press Command-Shift-O since we're opening a website, but you can pick any shortcut you want here. And then once I press that shortcut, you can see that it was set. The up arrow here stands for shift. This icon stands for command. And of course we have the O as well. So now we're ready to run the macro. Whenever you edit macros, they automatically save within a second or two. So you don't have to press a save button or anything. You can just start using them right away. Let me test the macro by pressing Command Shift O. And you can see it successfully opens Wikipedia in my browser. So I'm going to close all the tabs and try it again. And it works, opening Wikipedia as expected. Now this macro is pretty good, but something tells me we can make it better. Let's say we want to have it set up our workspace for the day. I'm going to duplicate this URL action by holding the Option button on my keyboard and dragging it down. So you can see that duplicates it. You can also just copy and paste actions. So if I press Command C and Command V, that will also duplicate it. But for now, I'll press backspace on one of these since I only need 2 of them. And then I'll change this bottom URL to chatgpt.com. So chatgpt. Now we have 2 actions to open 2 different URLs. Actions will always run in order from top to bottom, but you can click and drag to move the actions around. So I'll move the GPT action to the top since I want the macro to open that website first. Now let's add a display text action to let us know that our workspace is ready. We could add the action like we did before by pressing the plus button and searching for it. So I'm going to search display text. This is the action I'm looking for. I can double click it to add it. But let me show you a faster way to add actions. If you press Command Control A, that will bring up a search bar that lets you insert actions by name. So here I can search display text, use the arrow keys to go down, and press Enter to insert it. As you get more familiar with the different actions in Keyboard Maestro, this search is a great way to quickly add them to your macros. But when you first get started, it's probably easier to add them from the pop-up since you can see what they're called. Now let's add some text to display like workspace ready. By default, this action will display text briefly, meaning it will show the text in a notification up here, but let's change it to display text in a window instead. Now, sometimes you want to test actions individually to make sure they won't do anything bad. So before we run the whole macro, let's test just this action to make sure it does what we want. So let's make sure it's selected and then come down here and press the try button. As you can see, that caused this action to run and the window popped up to display our text. You can also hold Shift and click to select multiple actions at once, so you can try more than one action if you want. If you want to try all the actions in your macro, you can press this Run button up here to test all the actions at once. So I'm going to press it and you can see it opened up ChatGPT and Wikipedia. This was the tab from before, so maybe let me close all of it and run it again. And you can see it opens up those 2 tabs and then displays this window with the text workspace ready. Of course, we can still run it by pressing our keyboard shortcut from before, Command Shift O, and that runs it as we expect it to. Now, what if we want this macro to run every morning so our workspace is ready when we first start working? Let's add another trigger to do that. So let's come here and add the time of day trigger. And here we can change the time. So maybe we want it to run at 6 a.m. every day of the week or only certain days of the week. Maybe you have a weird schedule and only work on days that start with S or T. But now this trigger would cause the macro to run on the right days every morning at 6 a.m. Now you don't need the Keyboard Maestro editor to be open to run macros. So just to show that, I'll close the Keyboard Maestro editor and run our macro from before to get our workspace ready. But you do need the Keyboard Maestro engine to be running. So the engine is a background app that lets you run your macros, and you know it's open if you see this icon here in your menu bar. So if I quit the engine and press that same shortcut from before, nothing happens and our macro doesn't run. Now, whenever you launch the Keyboard Maestro app, it will launch the engine as well. But to make sure you can always run your macros, you should go to settings, so settings here, and check this button in the general tab to launch the engine at login. So this will just automatically start the Keyboard Maestro engine whenever you log into your Mac so that you can run your macros without needing to open the editor first. Now, something useful to know is that the engine icon will actually rotate in the menu bar whenever a macro is currently running. So for the sake of example, let me add a pause action here between the first two URL actions. I'm going to add pause, and I'm going to set it to last for 5 seconds. And now I'm going to press the keyboard shortcut to run it, and you can see the engine icon is rotating while the macro is running. It's pausing for 5 seconds before running the last 2 actions. So this rotating icon can be really helpful to know whether you have any macros currently running or not. Now let's make another macro that's really important, one that will cancel all running macros. So I'm going to come back to Keyboard Maestro and create a new macro down here, and I'll call this cancel all macros. Sometimes a macro might not run like you expect it to, so you want a macro like this to be able to pull the plug on everything that's running. All we need to do is add the cancel all macros action. So cancel all macros, and I'm going to double click this. And then I'm going to add a hotkey trigger of Control Option 0, but you can set it to anything you want. So to show this new macro in action, let's run our last macro. You can see the icon spinning up here. But before the macro finishes running, I'll press Control Option 0, and now you can see the icon isn't spinning anymore, and our macro did not finish running, it canceled in the middle. Now that you've made a couple of your own macros, how do you import macros from other people? You may find macros that other people have shared online that you want to try yourself, like the ones from the Keyboard Maestro forum or the ones from this video, which you can download in the description. But how do you actually get them into Keyboard Maestro? Well, when you download macros, they'll usually be in the KM macros format. So these macros are from another video I made, and getting them into Keyboard Maestro is super easy. All you have to do is open the file, and it will bring them directly into Keyboard Maestro. You can also delete the KM macros file, and it won't delete the macros from Keyboard Maestro. One thing that trips people up a lot is that macros are often disabled when you import them, and when you run them, nothing will happen. When macros are disabled, they appear grayed out like this, so you can see they're more gray than the usual text. And if you click on one, you'll see that this checkbox is not enabled. You can press the check button to enable or disable the macro, or you can press this checkbox down here to toggle the enable of a macro. You can also select multiple macros to enable or disable them at once. Now for a macro to run, the macro and the macro group both have to be enabled. So I'm going to enable this macro group as well to be able to run these macros. The group conditions also have to be met. So if this said that I could only run these macros within Finder, then I would need to be in Finder to activate any of these shortcuts. Now that you know the basics of Keyboard Maestro, let's start making some macros. In the next section of the course, we'll talk about how to make simple text expansion macros. These macros will let you quickly insert text like the date or your email. They're super easy to set up, and they're often some of the first macros that people make. At a few points, I'll mention these things called variables and tokens, but don't worry if you find those concepts confusing right now. We'll get into what those are and how to use them in hour 3 of this course. Okay, so in this video, I'll show you how to make text expansion macros in Keyboard Maestro that look like this. You can type a string, and Keyboard Maestro will automatically expand it into a full line of text of your choosing. I'll also show you some bonus features like how to map certain shortcuts to expand text much more easily, such as when there's a field that doesn't let you paste your password in. Okay, so let's open up Keyboard Maestro and I'll show you how these macros work. So we're going to make a new macro and call it insert text. And for the trigger, we're going to select a typed string trigger. So what this means is that whenever we have a certain set of characters that we enter here, whenever we type that into any application, then the actions below will be executed. And what we're going to do is we're going to select an action of insert text. You can either do by typing, which will literally simulate the keystrokes of you pressing those characters, or you can insert text by pasting, which is as if the text was pasted using a shortcut of Command V. So I'll show you how both of these work. If we have a certain string of text that we often have to enter, I'm just going to do something as an example. This is a test. Then now whenever I open an application and I type this series of characters, you could set this to anything you want, but I like to start it with a semicolon because you don't normally type characters directly after a semicolon, so you're less likely to accidentally activate it. But then if I come and I type this out, so semicolon test, then the text that I had before will be pasted in directly. Now, additionally, if I use the paste action, that also sets whatever value we had here to the clipboard. So now if I press Command V, it's going to paste in what I had before. So it's going to set the latest clipboard item to whatever text you have here. If you didn't want it to set that value to the clipboard, then you could do an action to delete the current system clipboard immediately after this action. So if I had a certain text copied to the clipboard, if I press Command V, you can see this is the latest clipboard item. And then I did test again. Now when I paste, it's going to keep what I had before instead of setting this to the clipboard. But that's entirely up to you how you'd want this functionality to work. So let's also take a look at the other action, which was the insert text by typing. If I do this, then it's literally going to simulate typing out each of these characters whenever I do the macro. So again, I'm going to type it out, test, and it types it out instead of pasting it. Now this can be useful in certain situations, and I'll come to one of those later. But first, let's take a look at some of the date expansion macros. Okay, so I'm going to make a new macro and show how the date expansion macros work. Insert, let's say today's date. And then I'm going to select a new action of the insert text by pasting. And here we can enter special values called variables. What this means is that instead of just inserting text directly like this, we can kind of make templates to have text dynamically inserted. So an example of that is the date macros like I had before. And I'm just going to copy this variable and paste it in here. But what this is here is it's a special value that pastes in a date and time value. So it uses something called the ICU project, which is a series of open source packages. And in the date time package, you can specify the format of literally any type of date that you want. So you can do minutes, months, years, time zones, anything that you see here on the right, day of the week. You can have a special format that will paste it in like this. So in this case, this is just a special format that does the month, and followed by a slash, then the day, followed by a slash, then the year. And I'm going to add a new trigger. You could either do a hotkey trigger, which is like a keyboard shortcut, or the typed string trigger. In this case, again, I'll do the type string trigger, and I'm just going to say date. So if I come back to a text document now and I type out that string, then it's going to expand it into today's date. Now there are a ton of different variables and modifications that you make that I'm not going to go into in this video, but you can have the date formatted according to the current time. So offset by a certain number of days or weeks and so on. Now coming back to Keyboard Maestro, there are other formats that you could do as well, which are useful. One is this one here, which I'm going to change this value to. And what that does, if I type it out, it types the month, day, and year in this format. And you can also do one like this that will include the day of the week as well. So that looks like this here. But let's take a look at the final macro of these text expansion ones that I find to be pretty useful. And that is this one here, the insert clipboard by typing. What this macro does is it literally just pastes whatever is in your system clipboard into whatever the front application is by typing it out. So it doesn't do Command V, but it literally types out the characters as we discussed before. And it has one action before it does that, which is to trim the white space. So to cut off any blank spaces or new lines before or after the text. And again, this right here is a special variable, which will be dynamically filled in based on what the value is. And it's just the value in your system clipboard. So whatever would be pasted if you pressed Command V. And so this can be useful if you have something like a long password that you need to enter in a certain website, but not all websites will let you paste values into their password field. So if you use a password manager and you have long, randomly generated passwords, and you can't paste this thing in, you could do this macro, which I have mapped to a keyboard shortcut, which will just type it out automatically. So combining some of these macros, if you're filling out a web page, you could do your email and then copy your password and have it typed out like this. Now this is just a taste of some of the macros that you can make using these insert text by typing or pasting actions. And I hope it's given you a useful overview of the types of applications that it could be applied to. All right, now let's learn some more features Keyboard Maestro has to offer. In the next section, I'll give you 10 quick tips that come in handy all the time. For example, we'll talk about the record feature, which can record the actions you do on your Mac and automatically turn them into macros in Keyboard Maestro. I'll also mention the Keyboard Maestro forum right now. This is legitimately one of the most friendly and helpful forums on the internet, and it's a great resource to ask any questions about Keyboard Maestro. But anyway, the tips in this section will be good to know since we'll use several of them throughout the rest of the course. Starting with tip number 1, which is to use the record button. So in Keyboard Maestro, I'm going to come down here and press the plus button to make a new macro. And then the record button can be found here. So when you press it, it will start a countdown timer from 5 seconds. And once that timer finishes, then the macro will record any keystrokes you make, any mouse clicks you do, any applications you open. So for example, I'm going to press the mouse up here, and you can see it add in an action that will click the mouse at that coordinate location. So then once you're done recording whatever actions you make, if you're typing keystrokes or opening apps, then you can press the record button again, and that will stop the recording. So this can be a great way to learn some of the basic actions in Keyboard Maestro without needing to add them manually to the macro. So let's put this into practice. There's a task I want to do. I want to open the browser, then I want to open a new tab and go to the Keyboard Maestro forum, and then press the login button up here. So let's see if we can use the record action to do that. So I'll come back to Keyboard Maestro, then I'll come down and press record and wait for it to count down from 5. And now that it's finished counting down, let's do those actions in order again. So first was to open the browser, and then I'll press Command T to open a new tab. And here I'll type the Keyboard Maestro forum website. And then I'll press enter. And then finally, I'll come up here and press the login button. So that was all of the actions we needed. Let's come back to Keyboard Maestro and press record to finish the recording. So you can see it opened the browser, it pressed Command T, we typed in the name of the website, pressed return, and then clicked at a certain coordinate to access the login button. And it also recorded the part at the very end where I opened Keyboard Maestro, so I'll delete that since we don't need it. Now we're ready to test these actions, which brings us to tip number 2. Tip number 2 is to have a hotkey trigger that you use to test macros. So I always use the keyboard shortcut Command Option Control S to test macros. So this is a hotkey trigger that I reserve just for testing macros. And once I've tested them and make sure they're working like I want them to, then I'll change that hotkey to something else. But during the test process, I know that it will always be this. It's an easy shortcut that I can press with just my left hand, and it means I don't have to remember a lot of different hotkeys whenever I'm testing macros. So now that we have this hotkey, let's run it and see what the macro does. So I'll press the hotkey, and it opens the browser, goes to the forum website, but it looks like it didn't press the login button correctly. It did move the mouse to that location, but it didn't press it like this, like we were expecting it to. So let's come back to Keyboard Maestro and see if we can figure out what's going wrong here. Now, sometimes you want to test just a few actions at a time to make sure they're working correctly without testing the whole macro. So a great way to do that is by pressing an action and then coming down here and pressing the try button. So if I press this try button, you can see it runs just that singular action that I had selected. And if I have multiple actions selected, which I'm doing by pressing Shift on the keyboard and then pressing a number of actions to highlight them all, then if I press try, it will run all 4 of those actions that I have highlighted. So it looks like the macro ran this part correctly. It opens the Keyboard Maestro forum, which means that there's probably something going wrong here with one of these last 2 actions. So let me run the entire macro again by pressing the hotkey. And again, it looks like it's not clicking this login button correctly. So it seems like what's happening here is that since there's a delay between when the website loads and when this login button appears, the macro is clicking that spot too fast. It's clicking it before the login button has loaded. So that brings us to the next tip, tip number 4, which is to add pauses between actions. So oftentimes you'll make a macro and it will have 2 actions like this, which will run back to back very quickly, but you actually need some delay between them so they don't run too fast. Well, a great way to do that is by coming to the actions window and searching for pause. Now, if I double click on the pause action, it will insert that into the macro, and I'm going to bring it between these 2 actions, the type a keystroke that types return and the action that clicks the mouse. And I'll change this pause to just 1 second. So often when you use the record action down here, you'll need to add pauses between actions so they don't run too quickly. But now let me press the hotkey and see what it does. And in this case, you could see that it paused for a second before it pressed the login button, and it ran correctly because of that. Now, I think we should expand this macro a little bit, add some more functionality by having it type in our username once it clicks the login button. So I want it to do something like this, where it types my username, Max Productivity. Let's see if I can spell it. So I'll copy this and come back to the macro. So ideally what we want is another action like this one to insert text by typing after the login button is clicked. Now we could add another action like this by coming to the actions pop-up window, but tip number 5 is that you can easily duplicate actions by holding the option button on your keyboard and clicking and dragging an existing action down. So you can see there was this green plus icon that appears when I start to click and drag, and when I release, it will duplicate whatever action or multiple actions I have selected. So now in this insert text action, I'll paste in my username from before, and we can test this macro out. But now let me run the macro, and it looks like it worked correctly. It pressed the login button, and then it typed in my username. But now let me show you a problem that could occur with this macro. So we have this action here to click the left mouse button at a certain position up here relative to the front window's top left corner. So what that means is that it will click that mouse button relative to the top left corner up here. But if the size of the window changes, that might not work anymore. So if I click and drag like this, so that the distance from the top left corner has changed, then the macro might not work. So let me run the macro again. And you can see it clicked the search button instead of the login button. And that's because the position of the search button is where the position of the login button used to be before we changed the size of the window. So to get around this, what we can do is add an action to click on an image instead of just a coordinate. So let's come back to Keyboard Maestro, and I'm going to delete this click mouse action, and instead I want to insert a new action to click at an image. Now we could add that action with the default actions pop-up window, but tip number 6 is that there's a faster way to add actions to your macro. If you press the shortcut Command-Control-A, that will bring a search bar up where you can search for actions by name. So add action by name, and I'll search for click at found image. And now if I press enter, it will insert whatever action I have highlighted. So I'll press enter here, and you can see it quickly inserts that action into our macro. So Command-Control-A is how you can search for actions by name and quickly add them to your macro. So now we have this new action. We need to find an image that it will click on. So let's come back to the browser, and I'll press Command-Control-Shift-4 to capture this image. Pressing Command-Control-Shift-4 will save that image to the clipboard, which I can then paste by pressing Command-V. So now we're ready to run this macro. Let's see what it does when I press the shortcut. It works in this scenario. Let's change the size of the window and see if that works as well. And that looks like it worked too, because it's clicking this image instead of clicking on a coordinate relative to the top left corner. So let me re-expand this window and come back to Keyboard Maestro. Now tip number 7 is that we can actually get rid of this pause action up here. So I'm going to delete that and instead right click on the found image action or click the gear icon up here and check this menu item that says wait for image. So what that will do is it will cause the action to actually wait until the image appears before it tries to click it. So even if the website hasn't loaded yet, it will wait until the website does and this image is on the screen. So let me run the macro, and you can see as soon as the login image appeared, the macro clicked on it. So this is a great way to set up macros to click whenever images appear. For example, if the website took a long time to load, maybe it takes 3 seconds to load for some reason, the macro would continue to wait until that image appeared. Now, you don't want it to keep waiting forever, so you can change that by going to Set Action Timeout and changing this to something like 5 seconds. So it will wait for up to 5 seconds for this image to appear, but then once that 5 seconds is up, it will just cancel the macro. So I like to keep that pretty low so the macro doesn't keep running and using up CPU if it doesn't find the image within this time frame. But now let's take a look at tip number 8. So tip number 8 is that we can restore the mouse location whenever an action clicks at a certain place. So normally when I run the macro, you'll notice that my cursor goes from wherever it is on the screen and it teleports up to this login button whenever the macro clicks on it. Now that can be a little bit annoying just to have your mouse jump around the screen, but we can prevent that by right-clicking on the action and pressing Restore Mouse Location. So now if I run the macro, you'll notice my cursor is over here and I'm running the macro and it stays in the place without teleporting up here and staying up here. So what this Restore Mouse Location menu item will do is it will quickly click on the login button and then bring the cursor back to wherever it was before that click took place. So this just makes things a lot smoother and more seamless as you're running your macros. Now that we have a working macro, tip number 9 is to add comments to your macros. So I'm going to press Command Control A again to add a new action. And this time I'll search for comment. So if I press enter on this comment action, it will insert this comment here where I can type in any notes that I want. So comments have no functional effect on the macro. They don't change what it does at all, but they're a great place to type in notes so that you can do things like remember what the macro is supposed to do. So it's pretty easy to remember what this does now, but maybe in several months we'll come back to it and have no idea what it's supposed to do. So we might say something like opens the Keyboard Maestro forum, then presses login and types our username. So this can be really helpful to have some documentation within your macros. And of course, you can duplicate these by holding Option and put them in as many places as you want with whatever text you need. Now, the final tip, tip number 10, is that you can change the color of actions. So if you right-click on an action, you can come down to Set Color, and there's several different ones that you can choose from to make your macros have different colored actions. Now, colors like comments have no actual effect on what the macro does, but they can be really helpful for organizational purposes. So if there are different parts of your macro that do different things, it might make sense to have them be different colors. So, this part of the macro opens the website within the browser, and then this part is clicking the image and entering our username. So although the colors don't change what these actions do at all, it can be helpful to visually distinguish between different parts of the macro itself. In the next section, we'll talk about how to control the mouse with a special action in Keyboard Maestro. I'm devoting a whole hour of the course to this one action, which should give you a bit of an idea of how powerful it is. I control the mouse all the time with Keyboard Maestro to do things like copying text under the cursor, clicking on images, or dragging and dropping files. So in this section, I'll walk you through 7 macros that control the mouse in different ways, starting with one to quickly copy an image from the web. Normally, whenever you're on a web page or Google image search and you want to copy an image, you have to right-click on it and then come down here and press Copy Image. And then you can paste that in somewhere. But let's make a macro that will do this for us. So all you have to do is press a hotkey and it will automatically copy that image to the clipboard for you to paste. So in Keyboard Maestro, I will make a new macro down here and I'll call it Copy Image under Cursor, and I'll add a new hotkey trigger of Command Control C so that we can easily run and test this macro. Then down here, let's add the move or click mouse button. So the move or click mouse, I'll double click to add it to our macro. So right now this action says that it will click the left mouse button at 0, 0 relative to the front window's top left corner. This icon's a bit hard to read, but it says top left. Okay, so there's a lot going on here, and by the end of this video, you'll understand how to use all of these settings. But right now, the first step we want is to right-click wherever the cursor is. So we want to right-click on the image before we select this menu item down here. So we know we need to use a right-click instead of a left-click. And if we click on this part of the action here, we can see that there's some other options. So this dropdown is pretty straightforward. It will set whether the action does a left click, a right click, or some other button on your mouse if your mouse has those extra buttons. So for example, buttons 4 and 5 on my mouse go forwards or backwards in the web browser. But usually I only use this action for left or right mouse clicks. In this case, let's choose the right button since we're trying to do a right click. And now let's run the macro and see what it does. So I'll press the shortcut and you can see it jumped the mouse all the way up here to the top right instead of right clicking on this image. So let's figure out what else we need to change in this action. All right, instead of having it click relative to the front window's top left corner, let's have it click relative to the current mouse location. We'll cover all of these options later in the video, but what the current mouse location means is that it will just click the mouse at its current location without moving it at all. So if the coordinates are 0, 0, it will just click at the current mouse location. And now if I run the macro, you can see it right clicks where the cursor already is. If we were to change these coordinates here, that would move the mouse this many pixels to the right and this many pixels down from wherever the cursor is when you run the macro. So if I set this to 50 pixels to the right, for example, and then I run the macro, you can see the cursor jumps 50 pixels to the right before it does that right click action. But I'm going to change this back to 0, 0 so that it will just click wherever the mouse is. Let's take a look at what we need to do next. So if we're on an image and we right click, the next thing we need to do is select this copy image menu item. Now notice if we start typing the name of something, it will jump to that item. So if I press O, it will jump to the one that starts with an O. If I type save, it will jump to the one that says save. If I type copy image, it will jump to that menu item. So back in our macro, let's add an action to type the name of the copy image menu item. So if you press Command Control A, you can search for actions by name, and I'll search for insert text by typing. And in here, I'll just have it insert the text of copy image, since that's what we want it to type out once it's on this menu. Then once we're on this menu item, all we need to do is press return to actually activate that menu item. So let's come back to our macro and let's add type a keystroke of return. And I'll also just add a slight pause between each of these actions, maybe 0.1 seconds, so that there's a bit of delay so that the actions do not run too quickly. And now let's test this macro. So I'll come back to an image, I'll press the shortcut, Command Control C, and it looks like our macro worked. It copied the image under the cursor. Let's try it with a different image, Command Control C, and it copied that image as well. But now let's use some more features of this action to make a simple macro to copy the paragraph under the cursor. So it looks like this. When I press the shortcut, it copies the text directly under the cursor, which I can then paste somewhere else. So back in Keyboard Maestro, let's make a new macro and call it copy text under cursor. And I'll add the move or click mouse action. Now up here, we can select what type of click the action will do. So we could have it just move the mouse to a certain coordinate location without clicking at all, or we could have it double click or triple click, or just release the mouse if the mouse were being held down. These different options will come in handy in different circumstances. So for example, if you double click some text, it will highlight the word under the cursor. Or if you were to triple click some text, it will highlight the entire paragraph under your cursor. So all we need to do here in this action is change it to triple click the left mouse button at 0, 0 relative to the current mouse location like we did for the previous macro. And what this will do if we add a hotkey trigger is highlight the paragraph under the cursor. So if I come to some text and I press that macro, you can see it highlights that whole paragraph of text. So then let's add another action to copy the text after it's been highlighted. And now if we run this macro, it will paste in whatever paragraph we have highlighted. And if we wanted to make this macro even a little bit better, we could add a type a keystroke action, which would just press the left arrow button. So if you have some text highlighted and you press the left arrow, it will just de-highlight it and bring the cursor to the start of that paragraph. So now we have this macro, which will highlight the text quickly, copy it, and then de-highlight it so that we can move somewhere else and paste it easily. That's pretty cool on its own, but it can also be useful inside of other macros. So for example, I have a macro to add the definition of vocab words to a flashcard app. So for each of the words on a certain list, the macro opens up the dictionary and waits for me to pick which definition I want added to the flashcard. And the way it does this is by waiting for me to press the enter key. And when I press enter, it will highlight the text under the cursor and copy it and then add it to the flashcard. And the way it does it is by triple clicking like we did in the macro just before this. Then it copies that text and brings it over to here. So this is quite an advanced macro, and it also does a bunch of other stuff that I won't get into in this tutorial, but it shows how the mouse action can be really useful in this circumstance. If you want me to personally help you make some macros like this, you can sign up for a free Keyboard Maestro coaching call with me using the top link in the description, and I'll get you set up with some automations to start saving you a lot of time. All right, so far all the macros we've made have just clicked the mouse at the current mouse location. But what if we wanted to click somewhere that's not the current mouse location? Like what if we wanted it to click this search bar up here? Thankfully, that is pretty easy. So I'll make a new macro and I'll add the move or click mouse action. And instead of having it on the current mouse location, I'll have it on the default of the front window's top left corner. Now let's press the get button, which will start a countdown timer. When the timer finishes, it will save the coordinates of that mouse location into these values here. So wherever the mouse is, when the timer runs out, will get saved into these values. So you can see here the coordinates change from originally 0, 0 into 1346 and 50. So that means 1346 pixels to the right of the front window's top left corner and 50 pixels down from the front window's top left corner. Now, when we press the go button, it will actually move the cursor to that coordinate location. So this is a good way to test whether you actually got the right position or not. And we can also type in numbers manually in here. So maybe I actually wanted it to be a bit further to the right, and I could add, a higher number here to make that value even further to the right than it was before. So now if we run our macro, you can see that it clicks up here on the search bar at the location that we had set. Now there are better ways of activating the search bar than with a mouse click. In fact, there is a built-in shortcut of Command F to activate it, but I'm just going to use this as an example for now. At the end of the video, we'll talk about when it's good to use mouse actions and when it's maybe not such a good idea as well. Okay, so now that we know how to click at certain locations on the screen, let's use this knowledge to make a macro to open the previous page in the browser. So I have this web page here, which has some pages I was on before, and I want to make a macro to open the page I was previously on in a new tab. So when I press that macro, it looks like this. It opens that previous page in a new tab and leaves the original in the tab next to it. Now, normally, if you wanted to do something like that, the manual way, you would have to copy this link up here, make a new tab, paste it in, and then you would have to go back on the previous tab. So something like this, and now you have your two tabs in separate pages. But come on, this is a Keyboard Maestro tutorial, so there's no way we're going to do that manually. So let's make a macro to do it. I'll make a new macro and I'll call it open previous page, and I'll add a hotkey trigger of Command Shift left square bracket. The reason for that is that if you press Command left bracket in the browser, that's a default shortcut to go to the previous page. Command right square bracket will go to the next page. So that's just basically shortcuts to click these two buttons up here. So it kind of makes sense to have a shortcut of Command Shift left bracket to open the previous page in a new tab. Then let's have the mouse action help us out. So I'll add the move or click mouse action. And to start, we can have it click the mouse at the location of the back button. So I'll press the get button here and move the mouse to that coordinate location. So now we have that coordinate here. But sometimes it can be kind of hard to move your mouse to the right place fast enough, like in this case where we need to open another app, we need to move the mouse to the right place, and we need to do all that before the timer runs out. So to solve that problem, there's actually a window and mouse display menu button, which if you click or press Command 5, will bring up this window here where you can see the mouse location live. So even if we change apps, it will still remain at the front of the screen, which is great to be able to capture the mouse location without the pressure of that timer running out. You can also change which corner of the screen or front window that you want the coordinate to be relative to, which we'll talk more about in a little bit so you understand what that means. But with this open, we can get our windows set up how we need them. Then we can press this lock button to start the countdown timer. And then that copies, or I guess it saves these values, which we can then copy by pressing these clipboard icons here. And then if we want, we can go and paste those in to our mouse action. So that mouse inspector window, Command 5, makes it a lot less stressful to get the mouse to the right place in time and is a good alternative to pressing the get button here. All right, so now we have this action that clicks the back button. If we press go, it will go to the location of the back button. But we said we wanted it to open the previous page in a new tab and not just go back to it. So if I press this hotkey as is, you can see it just goes back to the previous page. It doesn't open it in a new tab. Well, there's another setting that will help us out here. So in some apps, if you hold certain modifier keys, they will do different things when you click the mouse. So normally if you click the mouse on a link, it will just open that link. But if you hold something like Command and press a link, it will open it in a new tab. If you hold Shift when you click a link, it opens it in a new window. Something like Command and Shift will open it in a new tab and switch to that tab. It'll make that tab the frontmost tab. So these can come in handy because they also apply if you press the front or back button up here. So you can see here the previous tab is Wikipedia. And if I press Command and Shift and then click that button, it will open the Wikipedia page in a new tab and make it the frontmost tab, but it will leave our original tab here. Cool, so if we come back to Keyboard Maestro, you'll notice there's an option to have the mouse button click with certain modifier keys being held. So this is Control, Option, Shift, and Command. And in this case, we want the action to hold Command and Shift when it clicks the left mouse button up here in order to open that page in a new tab. So I just click those two options here, the two modifier keys, Command and Shift, and now we can try running our macro. So I'll press the keyboard shortcut and you can see it successfully clicks that button while holding Command and Shift, which opens the page in a new tab. Now there's just one more change I want to make to this macro. So you notice how whenever we activate it, it leaves the mouse up here. So it moves the mouse from wherever it is all the way up to the back button and it leaves it there. I personally find that kind of annoying since it's a bit jarring to have the mouse just teleport away from where it was. But this is super easy to fix with the gear settings on the action. So the gear settings you can access by clicking this little gear icon here, or you can right click on any part of the action. And I'll cover many of these gear settings later in the tutorial, especially once we start using the click at found image action. But for now, the setting we're looking for is this one here that says restore mouse location. You can see it's off by default. There's an X next to it, which means that the action will do what it's currently doing, which will click up at whatever location you have selected and leave the mouse there. Sometimes that is what you want, but right now we want to enable this. So what this will do is it will click the mouse at the location and then instantly bring it back to where it was before this action ran. So this makes things a lot smoother and more seamless. And if we test the macro now, you can see it quickly clicked up there, but it brought the mouse back to where it was before, which makes things a lot more clean and easy to use. So this is great. And all we would need to do if we wanted to make a similar macro to go to the next page instead is that we can copy this. We can call it open next page and change the shortcut to Command Shift right square bracket. And then we would just need to get the new coordinate location for the right button. So that's that. And now we have these two shortcuts, which will open the previous page in a new tab or open the next page in a new tab, which can be pretty handy. What's cool about having this action click relative to the top left corner is that even if we move the front window around, so if I change the size of it and move it around and I press the macro, it will still work. It still clicks at the right location. And that's because it's clicking 22 pixels to the right and 64 pixels down from the front window's top left corner. But sometimes that isn't what you want. So, if we wanted to make a macro to click this hamburger icon up here on the top right, which would look like this, we would make a new macro, add the move or click mouse button, press the get button, then move to the hamburger icon, and I'll just add a trigger to this like this. So now if I run that macro, it will click up here on this hamburger icon, and it seems to be working fine when the front window takes up the whole screen. But if we change the size of the window or we move it around and then we try activating the macro, you can see it doesn't work anymore. And that's because it's clicking this many pixels to the right of the front window's top left corner. So it's going to click that many pixels to the right regardless of where the edge of the front window is, which is a problem if you're trying to click a button like this. So different parts of the screen will stay in the same position relative to the different corners. So when I resize this front window, you can see that the hamburger icon is always staying in the same position relative to the top right corner of the front window. So we might want to think about having the action click relative to the front window's top right corner instead of the top left corner. Now let's grab some new coordinates. And by the way, whenever you want to change this menu item here, you should do that before pressing the get button to get the new elements so you don't get the wrong coordinate. All right, now let's try this macro. So if I run it like this, it works. If I change the size, then it still works because it's clicking relative to this corner instead of this one. By the way, notice here how you can use negative numbers. So negative means that it will click to the left instead of the right. Or if you did a negative number here, it would click 66 pixels above the front window's top right corner instead of below. Let's take a look at a few more examples though of elements that change with respect to different corners of the screen. So something like this help button, this question mark button down here in Keyboard Maestro, always stays in the same place relative to the bottom right corner of the screen. You can see as I change the size of this window, this button is always maybe 10 or 20 pixels up and to the left of the bottom right corner. So if you wanted to have a mouse action click that icon, you would want to do it relative to the front window's bottom right corner. Or something like this plus button down here, you can see it stays in the same position relative to the bottom left corner of the screen. So you would want to use the bottom left corner for that. You basically just have to figure out which corner of the screen something is relative to and use that here. Some things may even stay relative to the center of the screen. Now, other parts of the window don't stay in the same position relative to any of the corners, like this record button down here. So you can see as I drag the window around, it changes its distance from all four corners of the screen. It's cases like this where you'd want to think about using the click at found image action instead, which we'll get to soon. So that would work a lot better. We could just take a screenshot of this little icon and have it click on that instead of trying to click at a certain coordinate. Now you can also have the action click relative to the screen itself. So the main screen's top left corner would click at a certain place. So if I press go, you can see it's clicking up here. If I change the position of the front window, it's clicking at that place, even though the front window has changed. Okay, let me show you a new macro I want to make. So I'm here in the Kindle app, and let's say we want to make a macro to click this little note icon and then type in today's date. So whenever we have some text highlighted, it will click that and type in the date. So I'm going to activate this macro and show you what it looks like. It presses that note icon and then types in the date, adding that note to our highlight. Now, there isn't a built-in shortcut to add a new note, and there also isn't a menu item for this in the Kindle app. The only way you can create a new note is by literally clicking that note icon. Another challenge is that this icon will change positions depending on where you highlight the text. So it never stays in the same place relative to any of the corners, for example. It's always in a different place. So it's situations like these where it would make sense to have a macro that clicks on an image instead of a fixed coordinate location. So we'd want it to click an image of this note icon. So I'll come back to Keyboard Maestro and make a new macro and call it add note to highlight in Kindle, and I'll create a new hotkey trigger of Command-Shift-N. Now here, to click on an image, we can either add the regular move or click mouse action, and then where it says relative to the front window's top left corner, we can change that to one of these options here, something like the found images center or one of the found images corners. Now another way you can add an action to click at a found image is by adding the click at found image action. So this action is the same as what I just showed you here, but you don't have the extra step of needing to change the front window's corner to a found images option. So what this action will do is that instead of clicking on a set coordinate somewhere on the screen like before, it will click at a coordinate relative to a found image on the screen. So this box here is where we actually add our image. It's called the image well. And to add an action to the image well, you can drag and drop an image into it. Or a better way of doing it is by taking a screenshot with Command Control Shift 4. So not the usual Command Shift 4, which will save the image to your desktop, but pressing Command Control Shift 4 will copy that image to the clipboard, which you can paste in directly to the image well with Command V. So this is the most common way to add an image to this action, but you can also have it use an image directly from the system clipboard, or you could have it use an image that is saved to a file, or what you can do is you can also copy and paste images from other image wells. So if you had an image like this one here that you wanted to add to another found image action, you can just copy and paste it directly into the image well. But generally, using the image well with a screenshot is probably the fastest and most common way to add an image to this action. Now you can preview the image, you can see what it looks like and where the mouse will click relative to it by clicking on the image well and pressing the spacebar. So when I do that, you can see that our image is displayed and there's this little red crosshair in the center of it. So that's showing where the mouse will click relative to the image, which, as it says here, is the found image's center. Now we could change that coordinate. Maybe we want it to be 10 pixels to the left and 10 pixels down from the center of that image. So you can see this moves that crosshair to a certain place, or we could have it click relative to the found images, maybe top right corner, and you'll see that in the preview as well. But I'm going to change it back to click on the found images center since we're trying to click on this note icon in the Kindle app. And now that we have our image set, let's try running the macro. So I'll come back to the Kindle app and I'll highlight some text and I'll press that shortcut of Command-Shift-N, and you can see it jumps the mouse to that image and clicks on it. Now it's also important to note that when you're editing macros that contain found images, it's a good idea to either hide the image by closing it up like this if you double click on it, or making sure that the Keyboard Maestro editor is not visible when you're trying the macro, because otherwise it might find this image in the image well and try to click on it there. But it seems like our macro is working pretty well. It clicks on that note icon, and now all we need to do is just add a couple of actions to type in the date. So I'll add a pause action, maybe just have it pause for a second to wait for that note menu to pop up, and then I'll have it insert text by typing, and I'll have it insert the current date. But let's test the macro and make sure it does what we think it does. So I'll press the shortcut, Command-Shift-N, and it waits for a second and then types in the date, and then we can add whatever notes we want below. So this looks like it's working perfectly well. All right, now what if we want to make a new macro that will click this translate button here to translate whatever text is highlighted from English to another language. So if I click the language to translate it to, there's a list of a bunch of options. And let's say we want to translate it to Dutch, just because that's next to English. Shout out to the Dutch people in the audience. So if this button here on the right says English, the macro should click on it and then click on the button that says Dutch. So I'm going to put it back to English, and I'll take a screenshot of it so that we can make a new macro that uses that screenshot. So I'll create a new macro and call it translate to Dutch, and I'll add a new hotkey trigger of Command-Shift-T, and then I'll add the click at found image action and paste in the screenshot we just took of that English text button. So now let's go back to the Kindle app and try this macro. So I'll highlight some text and I'll press Command-Shift-T to run it, and you can see that nothing is happening. It looks like the macro is failing. Now the reason it's failing is that there are two images that are exactly the same. So there's a button that says English here, and there's a button that says English on the left side as well. So the macro is failing because the image we selected is not unique. There is a duplicate copy of it just to the left. So by default, when you use the click at found image action in Keyboard Maestro, it's going to search for a unique image, meaning that the action will fail if there's more than one copy of that image on the screen. So instead of using unique, we should change this to the rightmost found image, since we're trying to click on the English button on the right, not the left. So now I'll highlight some text and I'll press the macro, and it looks like this time it worked. So it clicked the English button on the right and it didn't fail like it did before. Now all we need to do is add another action that will click the button that says Dutch. So let me screenshot that and come back, and I'll duplicate this action and paste that in here. So that looks good. And maybe I'll add a pause as well, have it pause for a second to wait for that window to pop up. So now let's run the macro, and it looks like it succeeded and change the language to Dutch. Now we would only want this macro to run if the right button says English. So, we wouldn't want to change the language on the left to English because our text is already in English. But if the rightmost button is something else, then the macro would try to click this image here, since it would technically be the rightmost image at that point. So if I tried to run the macro and change the language to Dutch, then it works changing this button from English to Dutch. But if I try to run it again, then it clicks this button on the left, which is not what we want. So in a case like this, where you have multiple images that are potentially the same, it would probably make more sense to just screenshot an area like this, which is unique. There's the English and the arrow to the left of it, whereas this button does not have an arrow to the left, so that would make this part unique. So it would only click that image if it is English, but it would not click this image if it were English. So let's try that. I'm going to run the macro, Command-Shift-T, and it changes the language to Dutch. But if I run it again, then it wouldn't work because that image is no longer found on the screen. However, sometimes this is not always possible. It's not always possible to capture a unique screenshot like this, since there genuinely are multiple copies of the same image on the screen. So if your macro relies on clicking on a unique image, then you can leave it on that option. Otherwise, I would actually recommend changing it to best. Now, best is often more reliable and doesn't fail as much as the other option. So it will pick the best match it finds on the screen, even if there are multiple images that look pretty similar. Like sometimes you try to grab a screenshot of an icon like this, but it actually looks pretty similar to some other icons on the screen. So maybe Keyboard Maestro would get confused and think that this is actually the image it's looking for, since it looks pretty similar to the one here. So this can kind of confuse Keyboard Maestro into thinking that an image is not unique even when it is. So for that reason, I generally recommend using best. In fact, we can change it to that in the other macro we just made to add a note to the highlights in the Kindle. And another setting here that's worth talking about is the display setting. So there's this checkbox that says display, and this can be really helpful for debugging to see if the action is actually finding the image that you think it is. So if you check this box, then the action will show where it finds the image on screen by highlighting it with a green rectangle. So let me show you what that will look like. I'm also just going to have it move the mouse for now so that we can see where it's moving to instead of actually clicking this icon. And I'll disable these actions down here just so we can get a sense of what this display button will do. So now let's go back to the Kindle app and I'll run that macro from before. And you can see it's finding this icon here and highlighting it with a green rectangle. Now, if we took a slightly different screenshot, so maybe I'll take a screenshot of a bit of a bigger area and paste this in here, then maybe we'll see some more rectangles. So, yep, in this case, it's finding actually several different rectangles on the screen, each one of them that has a little percentage sign inside of it. So each of these rectangles is a possible place that Keyboard Maestro thinks it might be finding the image it's looking for. And each of them has a percentage in them. So the main one here has 2% inside of it. This one here has 12%. There's a bunch down here that have somewhere around 12%. And that percentage sign is known as the fuzziness value. So basically, this is Keyboard Maestro displaying all the possible places that it thinks the image might be. And the lower the fuzziness percentage, so like this one is 2%, the lower that is, the more confident Keyboard Maestro is that that is the right match or the best match. So you can see that our actual image that we were searching for has the lowest fuzziness of 2%, which means it's the best match. But there are a bunch of other matches as well, which I guess are kind of similar to the image we want. And they have, those fuzziness percentages somewhere around 12%. But in a scenario like this, if we selected something like leftmost in our found image action, then the macro will click the wrong image. So I'm going to run the macro, and you can see it moves the icon down here to the leftmost image that it thought was a possible match. So this is why it's a good idea to select best whenever you can, because it will generally pick the most accurate image that Keyboard Maestro thinks is a match. Okay, but what if we need it to click the leftmost image and actually choose the right one? Like, this is kind of problematic if you have multiple copies of this image and you need it to click the leftmost one, but then Keyboard Maestro is finding all these other random results on screen. Well, back in Keyboard Maestro, we can change the fuzziness with this slider here. So this ranges from 0 to 100%. And fuzziness basically just refers to how closely the found image on screen has to match the image that you selected here. So if we slide this to the left, maybe somewhere under 10%, then it will only consider found images with less than 10% fuzziness. So if we go back and run the macro, you can see it's only showing the green rectangle on this one found image, which has a fuzziness of less than, something like 10% that we set in this slider here. If you slid this all the way to the left, meaning 0%, that would mean that it would search for an exact pixel by pixel match of this image. And you might think that's a good thing, but actually your computer will often render the same image slightly differently on the screen. So, in this case, there's the note icon, and it looks exactly the same as this note icon here to the human eye. But in reality, your computer will display those with very slight differences as it renders them on the screen. So even in a case like this where we took an exact screenshot, I'm pressing the macro and it's not even finding the image here. So we would need to increase that fuzziness a bit more and run it, and you can see it's finding it with 5% fuzziness. So generally it's a good idea to keep the fuzziness around the default of 20% or so, and you can change it if you ever need to, but most of the time I just leave it at the default and only ever change it if the macro isn't working for some reason. And using this display checkbox is a great way to actually figure that out and see if it's clicking and finding the image that you expect it to. Okay, we can also select which screen or which part of the screen that we want this action to search for an image in. So by default, it will search in all screens for the image that you have up here, but you can change that to any of these options below. So if you have multiple monitors, for example, maybe you only want this action to search for the image on your main monitor or your external monitor, or your main or secondary screen. So there's options here to select which screen you want it to search for it in. You can also have it search for the image in a specific window. So maybe your window title has Keyboard Maestro in it, and you'd only want it to search if the window title contains Keyboard Maestro. So you could type that in here. So there are many different options that you can select. Now note that if you select one of these window options, that window will have to be the frontmost active application for this action to search for images in it. Now one more option is the area option. This will let you search for an image in a very specific area that you set. So if you chose an area like this by pressing the Get button and selecting an area on screen, then it would only search for your image within that area. So in the case of this macro to click the note highlight, I'll come back to the Kindle, maybe we know that it would never appear on the left or right edges of the screen. So we could select an area like this to have it only search within these margins here instead of the whole screen. But this isn't really necessary for this macro, so I'm going to change it back. But in other macros, maybe you would have an icon where there are multiple duplicates of it on different parts of the screen, and you would only want it to search for that icon in one part of the screen by using that area feature. Okay, now what if we run the macro but there isn't any text highlighted? So if we had something like this, then it would work. It would find that no image. But if no text is highlighted and we run the macro, then that image is nowhere on the screen and the macro will fail when we try to run it. So that's the normal case. If the image is not on the screen, then this action will fail. And when that happens, it will normally display a notification up here that will let you know that the action has failed. So I have notifications off right now, meaning it's not going to display it. But under normal circumstances, it would display a notification letting you know that it did not find the image on the screen when the action fails. You can turn that setting off if you want by clicking this button, Notify on Failure. So this way, even if it fails, it won't send you a notification. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But there's also an option to make the macro keep running even if it doesn't find the image. So that's this failure aborts macro option. So if I check that and I also activate our actions from before, then if this action does not find the image on screen, since failure aborts macro is unchecked, it will just continue running the rest of the actions below it. So I'm going to go to maybe a Google document and run that macro. And you can see, even though it did not find the image on screen, it still ran the actions below it, which were to insert the current date. So this feature can actually be really useful in a couple different scenarios. So let's say we want this macro to work even if we're in dark mode. So normally in the Kindle app, it will search for the light mode version of the image because that's what we screenshotted. But what if we want it to work in dark mode when that icon changes color? So I'm going to change my display to dark mode, and you can see this icon is now different. So I'm going to grab a screenshot of that, this new icon here, and I'll come back to Keyboard Maestro. But before we add that, let's just change things back to how they were. So we had this action click on the icon, and also let's have it abort the macro when this action fails. And maybe we need to reduce the fuzziness a bit as well. But now at this point, I'm going to duplicate the action and I will paste in the screenshot that we just took of the dark mode version. So now if we come back to the Kindle app and highlight some text and run the macro, then it clicks the note icon, but it doesn't type in the date because the macro failed at this point. It did not find the light mode version on screen and it aborted the macro. Well, to fix this, we can just uncheck the failure aborts macro option. So now it will try to click on the dark mode option, then it will try to click on the light mode option, but if it doesn't find the light mode option, it will just continue with the rest of the action. So let me go back to the Kindle app and try to run it like that. So I'll activate the macro, and this time it works. It pastes in the date like it's supposed to. Now we should also uncheck the failure aborts macro for the dark mode option. So this way, even when we're back in light mode, it will continue to work. So it will try to click the dark mode option, but if it doesn't find it, then it will try to click the light mode option and then continue with the other action. So let me run the macro, and it works in light mode as well. All right, let's use the click at found image action to make another useful macro. So every so often I like to make a backup of my password manager by exporting all the items from this extension. So to export everything, I have to open the extension, and there's a shortcut of Command-Shift-Y to do that. So I'll press that, and then I have to come and press the settings button, and then vault options, then export vault, then press the export vault button down here. So there's several steps. It's not important for you to remember them all, but just know that there are a bunch of buttons in a row that I have to press in order to export the passwords from the extension. So let's make a macro to do all those steps for us. So I'm going to come back to Keyboard Maestro, and I have a new macro here. I'll add a hotkey trigger of Command-Shift-E to export. And now let's start adding actions. So the first one was type a keystroke of Command-Shift-Y. So again, that was the shortcut to open the password manager in the first place. And then we'll need to start adding click at found image action. So I'm going to search click at found image and add that in. And then the first image was this settings icon here. So let's add a screenshot of that. And then the next one was this vault options here. So I'll duplicate this action and paste that in. And then vault options, the next one was export vault. So I'll screenshot that and paste that into the next one. And then the last button was this blue one here to export the vault. So I'll duplicate this one more time and paste that in. So we have one to click the settings, then to click vault options, then export vault, and then the big blue button. So let's test this macro. Let's go back, exit out of here, and I'll press Command-Shift-E to export and see what the macro does. So it looks like it opened the password manager, but then it didn't click any of the buttons that we wanted it to. So it looked like it took a second for this window to actually load. So the image was probably not even present on the screen by the time that this action was supposed to run. So if we have the actions click back to back very quickly like this, they'll be too fast and the macro will fail. So what's the best way to fix this? We could add pauses between each of the actions. So we could add maybe a 1-second pause, and I'll copy and paste that between each of these actions here. So let's run the macro, and okay, it's clicking, and it looks like it clicked all of the buttons, but that was pretty slow. The 1-second pause took a long time. We could try to lower this to something maybe 0.5 or even 0.2, but actually there's a better way when it comes to adding pauses before actions that try to click at found images. So if we open the gear settings, you'll notice that there's this handy button here that says wait for image. So let's click that. And what this will do is wait until the image appears on the screen before it tries to click it. So I'll add that to all of the actions below to make sure they all try to wait for the image as well. And now let's run the macro. So I'll press Command-Shift-E, and it goes super fast now. So it even looks like this part here, it clicked while the image was still sliding over to here, since there is an animation on this part. So maybe we can add a pause to that one for 0.2 seconds, and I'll back us out of here and try that one more time. And that time it works. So the macro is super fast. It does each of these click at found image actions as soon as they appear on the screen, which makes things a lot more fun to use. Now, when you enable the wait for image setting, that causes 3 new menu items to appear down here, all of which are related to the action timeout. So the first of these is the set action timeout setting. So this will let us choose how long the action will search for the image. So if the action does not find the image on the screen within this time, then it will cancel the macro. So by default, it will keep looking for a minute, but I like to lower that to maybe something like 5 seconds so that the macro doesn't keep running and using up CPU if it doesn't find the image quickly. So if the action doesn't find the image within that time, within the 5 seconds now, then it will cancel the macro. But that's something we can prevent if we want. So we can prevent it from canceling the macro if it doesn't find the image by unchecking this menu item here, timeout aborts macro. So if it doesn't find this settings image within 5 seconds, then it will just continue with the actions below. And then finally, there is the third option, which is the notify on timeout. So normally this action will give you a notification if it runs out of time without finding the image, but you can disable that here if you want. All right, we've made a bunch of customizations to the click at found image by this point. So we've talked about changing it from unique to best. We talked about restoring the mouse location, which I'll enable right now. We just added the wait for image functionality. We also changed the set action timeout, and we turn off the notify on timeout, but we can re-enable that if we want. So the point is, we've made a bunch of changes to this, and it would be pretty annoying to have to go through every single action, every single click at found image, and make all of those changes every time you wanted to use this, pretty common configuration of actions. I like to use this exact setup in many different macros, and I don't want to have to do those for every single action that I have to use. Well, thankfully, we are in luck because there is another menu item called Add to Favorites. So I'm actually going to duplicate this and delete the image inside of it so that we can add this template almost to our favorite actions. So I'll press Add to Favorites, and we can give it a name, something like custom click at found image, and press Add. And now that will add that to our favorites folder here. So if I go into favorites, you can see custom click at found image. If I duplicate that or double click it to add it, then it will insert it directly into the macro. And we can also insert that by searching for custom click at found image in the add action by name search bar. So that's just a tip that can be helpful when you have a list of configurations like this that you don't want to make to every single one. You can just use that custom one and paste your image directly into it without needing to make all of those changes to it every single time. All right, let's move on to another macro that uses some mouse features that we haven't talked about yet. So basically what this macro will do is when I press the keyboard shortcut, it will drag and drop whatever file or files you have selected to the window behind the Finder window. So if I select multiple files here, then it will drag and drop those behind the Finder window. So this makes it really easy to quickly drag and drop files to a certain web page, for instance. So if I use my macro to activate the Finder and I use the arrow keys and Shift to select some files, then I activate the macro with a hotkey. That's a very fast way to drag and drop some files to this website. I'll show you the full macro and how it works in just a second. But first, let's talk specifically about the drag and drop functionality in Keyboard Maestro. So I have a new macro here with a test hotkey, and I'm just going to add our custom click at found image action to it. And then the image that we want it to click and drag from is basically anywhere that's purple like this. So if we have one or more files selected, you can see that there's multiple parts of it that have purple area. So if there's any part of that purple area that we click on and start to drag, then we can drag and drop those files. So I'm just going to take a screenshot of some random part of this purple area. So maybe let's do something like this, and I will paste that into the action. So if we press display and I run this hotkey, you can see it's finding an area here, but maybe at other times it would find another area here, which doesn't really matter because as long as it finds some purple area and starts to drag from it, then it should work fine. And then down here are the options where you can select where we want this to drag to. So we can have it drag relative to the selection above. So if we had it relative to the front, to the found image's top right corner, and we wanted to drag it 100 pixels to the right, then we could do something like that. Or we could have it drag relative to the current mouse location. So that would be 100 pixels from wherever it moves the mouse to. Or in this case, what I'll do is choose to drag absolute. So dragging absolute means that we can just select any absolute coordinate point on the screen and have it drag to that point. So I'll go to the mouse inspector, which again is a shortcut of Command 5. And since we're using an absolute coordinate, it's going to be relative to the top left corner. And maybe I want it to drag to this location here. So something like 131, 86, and I'll paste in those values just for the sake of example and close that out. So now I'll disable the display option and let's try running this macro. So it clicks and it drags from that location up to the coordinate that we had selected. I'll run it one more time just to demonstrate. So this is how you use the click and drag functionality. Now the actual macro that I showed you before will always drag to the left or right side of the Finder window depending on where your mouse is when you run it. So if your mouse is on the right side, it will drag it to the right. If your mouse is to the left, it will drag it to the left. And the actual macro is here. It does some fancy calculations to figure out where exactly to drag the cursor to, which is beyond the scope of this video, but I have a dedicated tutorial about calculations if that's something you want to understand. But anyway, the key action is down here. So it clicks on the center of the purple image. So that's the screenshot we took before. And the calculations up here figure out where that location it should drag to will be. And that will make it work even if you move the Finder window around. So it'll always drag it to the kind of central part of the left or right of the Finder. Again, I won't get into the details of how it works in this tutorial, but you can download this macro yourself as well as all the others if you want to try it yourself and go through those calculations. Okay, before we talk about when it's a good idea to use mouse actions or not, there's one more macro that I want to show you. So I have some macros that let you quickly move the front window to another desktop. So you can see I have 3 desktops open right here. And the macros look like this. So I have one to quickly move the front window to desktop number 2. So you can see right now it just moved it to desktop 2. Then I have one to move it to desktop 3 very quickly, and one to move it back to desktop 1. So basically the way these macros work is that they click and hold somewhere up here, and then press a keyboard shortcut to switch to a different desktop, like desktop 2 is Control 2, desktop 3 is Control 3, desktop 1 is Control 1, and then the macro just releases the mouse once it has gotten to that new desktop. So let me show you how we would make macros like that. So first, let's add a new click or move the mouse action. And the place we want it to click, as I said, is somewhere up here where if you hold it, then you can drag the window around. So I'll press get, and I'll just bring it up to somewhere like this. And then what we want to do after that is just hold that mouse button down. So we haven't used this yet, but if you come to this menu option, you can press hold, which will just keep the mouse held down for the remainder of the actions. And then, as I said, we'll need to run a keyboard shortcut to switch to a different desktop. So for this macro, we can have it switch to desktop number 2. And then finally, I'll duplicate this action and have it simply release the mouse. And by the way, these keyboard shortcuts of command 1, 2, 3, and so on, you'll have to enable in system settings. So if you come down to keyboard and then press keyboard shortcuts and mission control, then you can see them under this toggle here. So you'll have to enable these switch to desktop 1, 2, 3, and so on with the control 1, 2, 3 buttons. So just make sure those are enabled, or else this macro will not work. But basically at this point, we have a macro that clicks and holds, it presses Control 2 to switch to a different desktop, and then it releases the mouse. So pretty straightforward. And technically, we don't even need this last action here, since the macro will automatically release the mouse as soon as it finishes running. So macros will not keep controlling your mouse as soon as the last action finishes running. But we're going to add another action below this in a second, so that's why I'm adding it for now. But let's test this macro out. So I'll move our keyboard Maestro window back to desktop 1, and then I'll press this keyboard shortcut of Command Option Control S, and it successfully moves our window to another desktop. So let me try it with a different window, maybe this Chrome window. It looks like the coordinate was a bit off, so maybe let me try to do another one closer like this. And now if we run that macro, okay, perfect. This time it ran and it moved the front window to desktop number 2. Now, if you notice, there's just one problem, which is that the macro does not restore the mouse location. So if I have the mouse down here and I run the macro, then it teleports it up here, which is not the behavior that we want. Now, since we're holding down the mouse and doing multiple actions below it, there actually isn't even an option to restore the mouse like we've done before. But as usual, there's a way to fix this. So in situations like these where you want to restore the mouse location to where it was several actions before, then all we need to do is add a new action to set a variable to text. And I'm just going to call this local mouse location. And the text that we will set it to is the current mouse token. So basically what this action is doing is creating this new variable and then setting it to the coordinate of the current mouse location. So you can see as I move the mouse around, this value is changing live. Basically, it's saving the coordinates of wherever the mouse is, and then we can use those coordinates later by referring to this local mouse location variable. So then all we need to do to restore the mouse further on at the end of the macro is add the use variable action, and we want it to use the variable local mouse location, which has the mouse coordinates from the beginning of the macro. We want to use that to set the mouse location. So what these actions are doing is first we're storing the current location of the mouse, then we're clicking up here, we're switching desktops, we're releasing the mouse, And then we restore the mouse to where it originally was because we kept that value in this variable. So now let's test this out. Let's move this back to desktop 1. And now I will run the macro, and you can see it switched to desktop 2 and it kept the mouse in the original location. Okay, so when should you actually use mouse actions? They're really useful when you're first starting out with Keyboard Maestro because they're pretty simple and easy to use. But as you learn more automation techniques, you'll come to realize that they aren't always the best option. So for one, they aren't always reliable. For example, the location or color of buttons can change when apps get updated. Then the macro breaks and you need to update it with new coordinates or a new image. So Bitwarden is a good example of this. It will often get updated and change the way that these icons look, which breaks my macro, and then I have to take new screenshots of all these buttons. So therefore, if there is a cleaner, more what you'd call programmatic method of doing a task, then that's usually a better idea than trying to interact with the user interface with mouse clicks. So for example, in the Kindle macro that we created, if there were a menu item to press this new note button, that would have been a much better option than trying to click at a found image, because we could just use the select or show a menu item within Keyboard Maestro and have it select that menu, but that menu didn't exist, so we had to use the found image option, which is more likely to break. But many times there isn't a programmatic way of doing something. So those are the things like using menu items or Apple scripts, things of that nature, which don't require you to interact with mouse clicks or keystrokes. Now, this isn't a hard and fast rule, but this is kind of the order that I like to follow when trying to automate something, of what methods I'll use. So the next would be typing keystrokes. So maybe there's a website where I can't access a menu item to select this field, but I can press the tab key to kind of switch between different buttons on the website. So that would be a pretty good option, and it'd actually be better than trying to click the mouse or click at a found image, because it's going to be more reliable to just press the tab button. But again, typing keystrokes isn't always possible either. So we saw in the case where we wanted to click the button to open the previous or next tab in a new tab, there's no buttons, there's no tab keys that we can press to get to these buttons, and we had to resort to using a mouse click at a certain location. But we've also seen that that isn't always possible either, in which case you have to use the good old click at found image. But this is just a general framework that you can think about. You don't have to follow this, you can do whatever you want. But this is maybe a guideline that you can think about as you create your macros. Okay, by now you should have a decent idea of the process of building macros. You think of each of the steps you do in your workflow manually, and then you add actions in Keyboard Maestro to recreate those steps. Up to this point, we've only talked about a handful of different triggers and actions, but in the next section of the course, we'll cover several new ones. I won't go into nearly as much depth as I did with the mouse actions. Rather, the purpose of this section is to give you a sense of what's even possible with Keyboard Maestro. As I explain all of the triggers, I'm not going to show them in the order that they appear here in the trigger menu. Rather, I've ordered them according to what I thought were logical groupings or categories of triggers. So for instance, clipboard related triggers or triggers related to the time of day. However, I will cover every single trigger as of Keyboard Maestro version 11. And I'll also include a link in the description of this video where you can download all of the macros I show if you want to see what I did more closely or play around with a particular macro yourself. So before I actually get into the explanations of all of the triggers, there are a couple points that are worth mentioning first. One is that there are a couple ways to add actions to macros. So one is by using the menu down here. You come down to this plus button when you're in the macro editor. You can double click on a action from the menu here and just make sure you're in the all actions if you want to search for something. There are also folders that contain subcategories of actions related to particular use cases. So this is one way to add actions to macros by double clicking on them from the action pop-up menu. Another way to add actions to macros, which I will use more frequently in this video, is by going to the Edit, Insert Action by Name menu item, which by default has a shortcut of Control-Command-A. I have it personally mapped to Command-Shift-F, and from here you can search for actions directly. So I could say something like insert text and press enter, and that would add the action much more quickly than having to search through all of the items here, or even searching it from here and then double clicking on that action. One other point to note is that I have some favorited actions. So any actions you see with a star here were actions that will not be available to you natively in Keyboard Maestro. However, you can add them yourself. These were actions that I customized and then added to favorites, which is a native feature in Keyboard Maestro. Another point to note is that most of the macros I show in this video will contain maybe one or a couple actions, but you can make much more complex and powerful macros with dozens or even hundreds of actions. Something else to note is that if you see actions that are grayed out that look like this, that means that they are disabled and they will not be executed whenever the macro is run. So the way you can enable or disable an action is by right-clicking, pressing Enable Action or Disable Action. And I also have a keyboard shortcut, Command-Shift-E, to do that automatically, which works for actions, macros, and macro groups. So that macro looks like this, which I will also include a link to in the description. So sometimes throughout the video, I will disable actions that I already have in place and manually add them to show you how I configure them, as opposed to just leaving them as they are without any explanation. With all of that said, we can now start taking a look at some of the triggers in Keyboard Maestro and talking about how they work. So the first trigger I'll show, which is one of the most common and useful triggers, is the hotkey trigger. So you can add that by clicking on the trigger plus button in a new macro and pressing hotkey trigger. So I'm going to remove that because I already have one here. When that menu pops up, you can press some combination of modifier keys and other keys on the keyboard to create a keyboard shortcut that will execute these actions. So here I just typed Control-Option-K, and in the actions, I added an action to activate a specific application, and I selected Keyboard Maestro. So I'm going to delete this because I have it already. But now if I were in another application and I press that keyboard shortcut, Control-Option-K, then it's going to bring Keyboard Maestro to the front. The next trigger I'll show is the typed string trigger, which you can get by going to the type string trigger here. And at this point, you can type in some string of characters. And whenever you type those characters out in any application, they will perform the actions. So the actions I have here, it's just a simple action of insert text by typing. And here you could type out anything you wanted. And now when you type this string of characters, this text will be inserted. So now if I enable this macro and go to a notes application to type out that string of email, then it will automatically expand it into the typed text that we have before. And in this case, I have the checkbox simulate deletes before it does the actions. So that just deletes everything we have here before typing this text. Next, we can talk about the clipboard filter and clipboard changed triggers. But before doing that, I will first explain what the clipboard in Keyboard Maestro is. So I made a simple macro here, which all it does is activate the clipboard history switcher, which you can insert by searching for that action, activate clipboard history switcher. And when I call this keyboard shortcut, this one is disabled, but I have a copy of it that I use normally. So when I press that keyboard shortcut, it will bring up a history of everything that I've copied. So if I were to go to some text and copy it, then those items will appear in my clipboard history. So again, I can bring that up by calling the keyboard shortcut, which I had mapped to activate the clipboard history switcher. And if I want to insert something from before, then I can just double click it and it will paste that text in. Now the clipboard history switcher will also capture screenshots or documents, really anything that can end up copied to the clipboard. So I could copy something like this and paste something from before and then come and paste an image, and that will work as expected. So coming back to Keyboard Maestro and the clipboard triggers, the first one we'll talk about is the clipboard filter trigger. So that one is this one here. And where this trigger will appear is directly in the clipboard history switcher. If I come to one of these icons, we can see the title of this macro is clipboard filter. And if I were to click this menu item here, then it would activate the actions. So we can see here the action that I selected was the filter clipboard action. And here we can come and select a particular clipboard to filter. So the system clipboard would be whatever is directly able to be pasted. So if you were to press Command V to paste something, that item would be the item in the system clipboard. The trigger clipboard, on the other hand, which is what we have here, is the clipboard item that triggers this macro. So if I selected this item and selected a macro from this menu, then this would be the trigger clipboard item. So in this case, all I did was I selected the trigger clipboard item and selected to filter it with uppercase back to the source. So it filters it back to that trigger clipboard. And what this looks like, if I come to a document and select an item like the email, filter clipboard, it will put it back, but this time it's uppercase. And I can paste that in directly with the filtered settings applied. Now the filter action is just one of many clipboard actions that exist in Keyboard Maestro. There are a ton of them in here, some to insert text into the clipboard, to delete or modify text. So an example of some of the things that could be done using the clipboard, I'll just pull it up for reference. You could paste items directly from a past clipboard item without using your mouse at all. So you can do it with keyboard shortcuts, which I have set up to paste recent clipboard items. Now let's talk about the clipboard change trigger, which is this one right here. So I have a macro which I'll demo real quick. You'll notice I have an empty txt file, and if I select some text and hold the left mouse button down when I copy it, then that text gets added to my txt file. So I can show it again. I'll press Command C without holding the left mouse button this time, and that text is not added. But if I were to select it again, holding the left mouse button, press Command C, then let's see if this updates, then that text will be appended to my txt file. So let's go back to Keyboard Maestro and I'll walk through how this works. So the first thing I have is what's known as an if condition. So if then else. And the way an if condition works is that you can have one or more conditions that are tested, and the actions inside will only be executed if those conditions are met. So in this case, I just said mouse button condition, and you'll notice there are many conditions here, so this is probably worth making an entire video about. But in this case, I just said if the left mouse button is pressed, then I added another action, which is the append text to file. So what I had up here is something known as a variable, which is a special value in Keyboard Maestro. Anything surrounded by percent signs is going to be typically a variable in Keyboard Maestro, which means it takes on a special value. So in this case, the value inside is the system clipboard value, which will just use whatever the most recent item in the clipboard is. So since this macro is only triggered when we copy something, when the system clipboard changes, then we're effectively appending whatever we just copied to the clipboard. And then I selected a file, in this case, a txt file. And now whenever I copy something with the left mouse button pressed, whatever I copied will be added to that txt file. Now, if I wanted to make it so that anything I copy is appended to the file, regardless of whether my mouse button is pressed, I could do that as well by just removing the if statement altogether. So now if I come here and copy this and go back to my file, all of that text is now added. Okay, next, let's take a look at some of the time-related triggers. So the first one is the time of day trigger. What this does, and it can be selected here, what this does is execute these actions at any specified time of day. So you could come and say something like this: on weeknights, you want your computer to automatically shut down at 9 p.m. So whenever the time of day reaches 9 p.m., your computer would shut down immediately. So this is a very simple macro. It just does once per day. You can specify which days it does it at. You could also add multiple triggers. So let's say you wanted to take a lunch break at 12 p.m., 12:30 p.m. every day, then you could specify your computer to shut down at that time as well. For now, I'm going to disable this, and we can take a look at a more powerful version of the time of day, which is the periodic trigger. So the way this works is that it will execute whatever actions you have multiple times per day. So it will do it on whatever time scale you set it to. And by the way, this one is here, the periodic trigger. So you could set your macro to run every 5 minutes between, I set it to 8:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. on every single day of the week. So basically this would run 24/7 whenever my computer is open. And I just had it do this action here, type a keystroke. And I specified the keystroke to be Command S, which in many applications is the save menu. Now you probably wouldn't want this macro to be active in every single application. So you could set your macro group, which is what this is here, to be available only in particular applications, such as a video editor or another application where you frequently would want to save. So this type of keystroke action is super useful. But another way we could do the same thing is by using the select or show a menu action. The way this works is you can select whatever app you have open and click some menu item. And now this action will execute that menu item directly without having to use any keyboard shortcuts or typing any keystrokes. So for instance, I could have something like this to press the menu File Save in Adobe After Effects every 5 minutes. And I could change the macro group to be available only in After Effects. So whenever After Effects is open, every 5 minutes, it would save my current project. All right, let's take a look at the third time-related trigger, which by far is the most advanced of the three, and that is the cron trigger. So if you aren't familiar with cron, it's a way to create highly customizable repeating intervals. So there's a website here which will show what your cron job does. Essentially how cron works is that there's a minute, hour, day, month, and day of the week tab, and you could specify something like I have here. So what this is 0 minutes, 9 hours on the 1st and 15th day of the month, every single day of the week. This translates to at 9 a.m. on the 1st and 15th day of the month, then these actions would be executed. So first I just have a comment. Comments do not do anything in Keyboard Maestro, but they can be useful for documentation. And then what I have here is a shell script action. So essentially what this macro does, twice a month, it executes a certain terminal command to upgrade and update brew. If all of this means nothing to you, then it's fine to just stick with the periodic or time of day triggers, as for most use cases, they will work perfectly fine. But in some advanced use cases, you might want to use the cron trigger. So next up is the status menu trigger, which can be selected right here. And the way this works is that any macro with this trigger will appear by pressing the Keyboard Maestro engine icon, and there will be a list. At the top is the name of our macro group, which appears over here. And under that are all the macros that have this trigger. So if I were to press this here, then the macro would be activated. So in this case, it didn't do anything because what it does is rescale the front window to full screen. So if I shrink this down and now go up and press that macro, then it's going to bring the front window back to full screen. So the action here is the move and resize a window, because it's manipulate a window is the name of it if you're searching for it. And here you can select something like move and resize to full screen. You could do left, right, top half, whatever you choose. So if we try this again and select it to resize to the top half, that will also work. Now we can look at the group status menu trigger. So whereas before the macros with the regular status menu would appear when enabled under this menu, the group status menu will actually appear as its own menu bar icon when we select it properly. So before we show that, this is the trigger. And the way we get it to appear in the menu bar is by going to the macro group settings. So we can say display in menu bar, and we can either include all contained macros. So this, now if we go up to this icon, will show all active macros. So many of these are disabled, so they won't appear. But currently all of the active macros are enabled. However, we could also include the macros with the group status menu trigger exclusively. So now if I come up to our macro group icon, it will only show the macros that have the group status menu trigger enabled. And here we can select a custom name for what should appear in that icon. So now if I select this menu item, it will trigger this macro, which brings up a screenshot window where I can select text, and it copies that text to the clipboard. So what this macro does is perform OCR on whatever text we highlighted, optical character recognition, and saves the result of whatever text was in that screenshot to the clipboard, which you can readily paste. Okay, next is the global macro palette trigger. This one appears here, global macro palette trigger. And what this does is that any macro that has this trigger will appear in what's known as the global macro palette. So if I enable this macro, you'll notice a new floating window comes up, which I can click and drag to anywhere on the screen. And when I mouse over it, all of the macros that have the global macro palette trigger will appear in this little floating menu. So if I am to go and click on any of the macros listed on there, they will execute. And in this case, you can see it just pops up a little window that says, hello, it is currently, and then the current time. So here you'll notice that the macro action I have is to display text. And I changed it to display text in a window, and then I just typed out this string here. So from before, you'll remember that anything between percent signs is a variable, which means it takes a custom value in Keyboard Maestro. And in this case, this variable just formats this string to be whatever the current time of day is. So hour, minutes, seconds, and the AM or PM. Next, we can take a look at the dragged file trigger. So the dragged file trigger works whenever this macro appears in a palette. So from before, if I re-enable the global macro palette, then that floating icon will come back. And if I were to add the same trigger to this macro, then this macro will also appear in that global macro palette. So the global macro palette is just one of these floating windows, but you could really have as many as you wanted. So you could have palettes that display the macros from just one macro group, or I could have a certain subset of my other macros appear in their own little floating window. But in this case, to use the dragged file trigger, it doesn't matter what palette it appears in, it just needs to appear in some palette for it to work. So what it does is if I take some file like this PNG and I drag it onto this macro and release the mouse, then it will execute these actions here. So in this case, whatever file I drag there, it's going to use the trigger value variable, which just refers, again, this is a special value. And in Keyboard Maestro, whenever you have trigger value surrounded by percent signs, that refers to whatever file or text activated the macro. So in this case, it was a PNG file that activated the macro because I dragged it onto this dragged file. So what it does is copy whatever file I dragged into 3 different folders. So I just have 3 folders here, folder 1, 2, and 3. So it's going to copy that PNG into those folders. And then at the end, I also had it duplicate that file 5 times. So the 2 actions that are relevant here are the copy a file. So you can select either an individual file like this. So it could be a hard-coded file and a hard-coded destination. Or you can use variables like I had above to dynamically select which file will be copied. And there are other actions here. You could move, rename, duplicate like I have here, or many other options. So in this case, what I did above was the repeat, which will just perform whatever actions are inside it, however many times you have specified. So you could have the file duplicated 12 times if you wanted. And this repeat action would just activate the duplicate action 12 times. So you can see here, my example PNG was copied into the 3 folders and duplicated 5 times. Now, if I were to drag another file, such as my txt file from before, then it would do the same thing, except now it copied the txt file to the 3 folders and made the 5 copies of it as well. So next up is the folder trigger, which you can select by going to here. The way this trigger works is that you select a folder to watch. So it could be any folder in your system. And then whenever that folder adds or removes a file, then the actions will be executed. So in this case, I made a simple macro that will move any MP3 file that appears in the downloads folder to a specified music folder on my desktop. So to simulate me downloading an MP3 file, I'm just going to drag this MP3 that I have here into the downloads folder. And when I let go, you'll notice it instantly gets moved to my music folder. So that would work if I dragged and dropped a file into the downloads folder, or if I downloaded it from a web browser. So this is a pretty useful trigger whenever you want to have automated actions taken based on files being added or removed from certain folders on your system. Okay, next up is the application trigger, which can be selected by going to here. And in this trigger, you select some application and some action that it must perform in order for the actions below to be executed. So in this case, I just said that whenever Brave browser activates, it will select a menu to open the bookmark manager. So I'm going to come down to Brave and open it up, and you'll notice it automatically selected the bookmark manager menu. Now this may not be the most useful to run every single time Brave activates, but you could do something like on launches, so when it opens for the first time, open your bookmark manager. And the action here is just the menu action, which I showed before. Select or show a menu item, and I came to Brave, bookmarks, and selected the bookmark manager. So next up is the focused window trigger, which can be selected from here. And what I set this up to do was that whenever I go to the Keyboard Maestro forum from another tab, it's going to automatically click the login button at the top. So you'll notice when I switch to the tab, it automatically clicked this login button. So I'll show it again by going to a different window and returning. That login button is automatically pressed every time I come to a window with the title Keyboard Maestro Discourse. So the way this works is that every window on your computer has a title. So if I swipe up to view the mission control, you can read the titles. It says Keyboard Maestro Editor 14 focused window. Here it says latest topics, Keyboard Maestro Discourse. So those would be the titles of these three different windows. So what I set up here was that whenever the focused window title changes, so the focused window would be something like this, which you can see the colors on these buttons. This is a focused window, whereas this in the back, since they're grayed out, would be an unfocused window. So if the title of this front focused window changes, then the macro is triggered. And in this case, I set up an if condition, and I said if with a front window condition. So I said if the front window of Brave browser title contains, and then I put Keyboard Maestro Discourse, which is the name of the Keyboard Maestro forum, then it would execute the following actions. First, it would wait for the front browser to finish loading for 0 seconds. So basically wait till the front window is loaded. And then I selected the click at found image action. And then I came to the Keyboard Maestro forum, copied this button to log in and pasted it. So now whenever I go to the Keyboard Maestro forum, it will wait for the browser to finish loading and then click that button if it appears on the screen. There are a couple changes we can make here. One is to restore the mouse location. So what this means is that it will click up at that button and then bring the mouse automatically back to where it was. And actually, I think that is the only change we need to make to this action for the macro to work. But now whenever I go to the Keyboard Maestro forum, it will automatically click that button even if the page had to load first. Next is the display layout changed trigger. And the way this works is that whenever your display changes, so you either plug in a new monitor or in your system settings, you rearrange your displays by going to the display and then arrange settings. So if I were to change how my displays are arranged, then this macro would be triggered, and I just set it to resize the front window to full screen. So I have a similar macro like this that resizes all of my most common applications to full screen whenever I plug in a new monitor, so that all the windows are instantly resized to full screen instead of maintaining the smaller sizing of my laptop, for instance. So if I just plugged it in, they might appear to look like this, but because of this macro, all of my windows are resized to full screen. Okay, next we can talk about these 5 triggers here, which are all related to the state of your computer, whether it wakes up, sleeps, logs in, or so on. So the first one is the login trigger, which triggers whenever your computer first logs into your user account. So that one is here. And in this case, you could have it set up certain conditions for your computer whenever you log in, like activating applications or opening files and so on. The second one is the unlock trigger, which occurs whenever your computer unlocks. So that would be whenever you enter your password or use Touch ID to get into your computer, versus logging in, which is what occurs whenever you restart your computer or have a full shutdown. So here I have an action to set the system output volume to 0%. So if I enable this macro, and you'll notice first of all that my volume is around 50% right now. If I log out and log back in, then now my volume was reset to 0. So there are several actions in Keyboard Maestro like this related to system control, like setting volume, setting brightness, or setting your audio output devices, and much more. So next up is the idle trigger, which occurs whenever your computer has been idle, meaning you haven't had any system activity like clicking the mouse or entering stuff on your keyboard for a certain amount of time. You can set that time here, and this trigger is found under the idle trigger setting. So you could have it actually trigger at multiple idle periods in the same macro. So in this case, I just have a simple type a keystroke action, which types the keystroke Command Control Q, which locks the computer. And then next is going to be the wake trigger. So if your computer is in a state of sleep and you tap a keystroke or click the mouse to wake it up, then this macro would be triggered. So the wake trigger appears down here. So in this case, just for illustration's sake, I had it set the system appearance, which appears under this action, toggle system dark mode. You can either have it set it to dark mode, light mode, or any other appearances. You could have it set it just within Keyboard Maestro or for your whole system. So if you always want to make sure your computer is on light mode when you wake up from sleep, then you could have this macro do that. Next is the sleep trigger, which occurs whenever your computer sleeps. So if you went to the system menu and press sleep, then this macro would actually prevent your computer from sleeping until all of its actions have been executed, and then it would cause your computer to sleep. So you could have something like this that would quit all of your applications. That action appears here, quit all applications. So this macro would quit all your apps whenever your computer goes to sleep, or you could have it do other actions like disabling Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, whatever you would feel the need to do before your Mac falls asleep. Okay, next up, we'll talk about several triggers that are related either to physical devices or external connections like your Wi-Fi condition or USB devices being plugged in. So the first of these is the audio output device changed trigger. So whenever your output device changes, like when you plug in headphones or something of that nature, then this macro would be triggered. And here I have it use the speak text action, and you could put some text here with a certain volume, voice, and you can select the speed as well. I'm going to unplug my headphones.
Audio output changed.
And the macro will trigger, causing this text to be spoken. This can be a really useful action. For instance, if you make triggers to speak whatever text you have highlighted. Next is the USB device key trigger. This is similar to the hotkey trigger, except you can use any custom action, any custom key from any USB device that you have plugged in. So for instance, I have an external keyboard attached, and if I press something like the spacebar button, then this macro would trigger specifically when I press the spacebar only on my external keyboard and not on the built-in keyboard, because it's recognizing this as a USB device key as opposed to a regular keystroke. So here I have it set to the right command button on my keyboard to increase the screen brightness, which looks like this. So this trigger can be really useful when you want to map macros to buttons on USB devices instead of just using the default keyboard that comes with your computer. A similar trigger is the USB device trigger. Unlike the USB device key trigger, this one is actually triggered whenever you plug in a USB device with either a certain name or a name matching or containing a certain string, or when it is detached. So to demonstrate this, I'm going to plug in a USB device, and that brings up this window as the macro was executed when a new USB device was attached. Next is the mounted volume trigger. So this occurs whenever you mount an external volume, such as a hard drive, and you could have either any volume trigger the macro or a volume with a specific name. And again, it can be either mounted or dismounted to trigger the macro. So here again, using that trigger value that we talked about from before, we can have the macro open whatever input cause this macro to trigger, which would be the name of a certain volume. So if we had something like this, open volume slash, and then the trigger value, which again would be the name of the device that caused this macro to trigger, then we can effectively open any volume whenever it's plugged into the computer. So to demo this, I will plug in a USB device. And as you can see, it immediately opens up that volume as soon as it is plugged in. Okay, next is the wireless network condition, which appears down here. And the way this works is that it will trigger the macro whenever either a specific network with a particular name connects or disconnects, or you could select something like any wireless network either connects or disconnects. So down here, I have something which is just an if statement. So I'm going to select that. And what I had above was the wireless network condition. And I had a regular expression. So whenever you see something like matching within Keyboard Maestro, that means it's going to use a regular expression. And if you're unfamiliar with what regular expressions are, they're essentially a way of finding strings with particular patterns. So in this case, this pattern would match home network followed by one or more digits. So I said when home network followed by one or more digits is connected, then you could have something like enabling your VPN if you have one. There's not a specific action for that within Keyboard Maestro for any VPNs, but that's something you could easily make using Keyboard Maestro. So in this case, what the macro does is that whenever you connect to a network that is one of your home networks, then it would instantly connect you to your VPN. Keyboard Maestro also has a couple of methods for activating macros remotely. So the first one is the remote trigger, which appears here. And the way this works is that it creates a value that you can copy, a public URL, and whenever you access that URL, so if I reload this page, then it's going to trigger the macro as expected. So in this case, I just had it display text in a window that indicates that the computer is restarting, but I disabled the restart computer action so that my computer does not restart during this recording. But you can trigger this remotely. So for instance, you could access this URL on your phone and cause your computer to restart remotely. It's worth mentioning that you should be very careful about this trigger because anyone on the public web who can access this URL can cause macros to be executed and actions to be taken on your computer. So you wouldn't want to have any sort of sensitive macros that can be triggered with this remote web trigger. Next is the public web trigger. So Keyboard Maestro has functionality that enables you to execute macros from a web server. So if you go to the Keyboard Maestro preferences or settings, I guess is the name, either by going up to this menu or pressing Command comma, then there's a tab for the web server, which you can enable and connect to. And now any macros within Keyboard Maestro that have the public web trigger enabled will appear in this list. So going back to Keyboard Maestro, I have the public web trigger enabled for this macro. So it's going to appear in this list and I can pass in optional parameters and execute the macro. And you'll notice that the text that I had it display here was executed properly. Again, you might want to be careful with what macros can be executed via the public web trigger, as anyone who is on your local network who can connect to your Mac could potentially activate these macros. All right, now that you have a bit of the lay of the land, there are so many potential macros you could make. So I want to spend a few minutes telling you about a framework I use to figure out what to prioritize. This will help you think about not so much how to automate, but more importantly, what to automate in the first place. There is a fatal mistake people make when trying to save time with Keyboard Maestro. Today you'll learn exactly what it is and the number one rule for avoiding it with a simple 6-part automation framework. I've saved thousands of hours with this framework, and I promise that if you apply all 6 parts, you'll level up your productivity too. The fatal mistake is this: people don't know when to make macros or not. With an hour of macro creation, most people can save dozens of hours a year. But how do you even know what to spend that hour on? Let's look at the first step of the framework. Frequency is the number of times you do a task every day or week. The more times you have to do it, the more you should think about automating it. Let's say you have to add the current date to a couple files every day. That's a much weaker choice for automation than if you have to rename hundreds of files a day. Even something simple like switching between apps might be something you do hundreds of times a day, which means you should really think about how to make it faster with macros. But frequency is only part of the puzzle. We also need to look at the next element of the framework, which is duration. Duration is how long it takes to do a certain task. For instance, I recently made a macro to convert HEIC images, which is the default iPhone photo format, to JPEGs. All I have to do is drag some HEIC files into this folder, and they automatically get turned into JPEGs. But before this macro, I would have to go online to HEIC to jpeg.com, drag and drop my files, wait for them to convert, then download them and move them to the right folder. This whole process would take like 30 seconds. So this is where duration and frequency come together. If it takes 30 seconds to convert the files, but you only have to do this once a year, it's probably not worth it to automate this task. But if you have to do this for your job twice a day, it probably is worth it to automate it. So you need to find the things that you do very frequently that also take a lot of time. and focus on automating them first. If you want me to personally help you do this, then book a free coaching call with me using the top link in the description. Just pick whenever is most convenient for you, and I'll help you start saving a lot of time with Keyboard Maestro. Okay, frequency and duration make sense, but what if you're quitting your job tomorrow, meaning you'd only have to convert the images for one more day? That brings us to part 3 of the automation framework, time frame. Time frame is how long into the future you'll have to do a task for. If you're quitting your job tomorrow, your time frame is 1 day. If you're a professional photographer, your time frame might be years, since you'll probably have to convert images for years into the future. Once you know the frequency, duration, and time frame of a certain task, you can multiply them to get a very accurate number of how much time you'll spend on that task if you don't automate it. It's kind of annoying to do those calculations manually though, but thankfully someone made a macro for this. I made some improvements to it, and you can download it and the other macros from this video in the description if you want to try them yourself. So let's use this macro with the HEIC images example. Say I need to convert the images 2 times a day, and it takes 30 seconds each time, and I need to do this for the next year. So this is the frequency, this is the duration, and this is the time frame. Then the macro spits out a window that says, you will need to spend 6.08 hours on this task in the next 1 year, since you do it 2 times a day and it takes 30 seconds each time. That means you will save time if you spend less than 6 hours automating the task. That's pretty insane. The HEIC to JPEG macro is just a few actions, and it only took minutes to create, so it was definitely worth spending the time to make this macro. But even if it took 5 hours to make, it still would have been worth it. That's why thinking about time frame is so important. It lets you think objectively about whether you'll save time or not. In the short term, it usually will be faster to just do the work manually, which leads most people to greatly underestimate how much time they should invest in making macros. But we're still only halfway through the framework. We also need to think about reliability. Let's say that every day you go to your desktop, convert the most recent HEIC file to a JPEG, add the date to the file name, and send it in an email to your boss, all before 3 p.m. There's a lot of room for human error here. You could forget to convert it to a JPEG, or you could type the date wrong, or you could forget to send the email before 3 p.m. But to solve all this, you can just make a macro that converts the HEIC file, names it with the current date, and sends it in an email to your boss at 2 p.m. every day automatically. If you build and test your macro properly, it will be more accurate, consistent, and reliable than doing it manually. Your boss will never get mad at you for messing up the email anymore, since the macro won't do any of those silly human things like making typos or mistakes, or forgetting to do stuff at the right time. The time and frustration you save from reliable macros is hard to measure, but it's a big reason to spend time automating. So is the next part of the framework, upgrading your skills. Every time you make a macro, you get better at making macros. The first time I tried making a macro to rename files numerically, it took hours of testing, figuring out bugs, and asking for help online. Now it only takes me a few minutes to make a macro like this. So even if it took you more than 6 hours to make the HEIC to JPEG macro, that time isn't wasted because you gain new skills in the process. You can reuse parts of old macros in other places, you become faster at automating, and you learn new techniques that you didn't know before. Did you notice that every part of the framework so far is about saving time? Well, the last part, which is arguably the most important, has nothing to do with saving time. It's about pain. If you only have to convert HEIC files to JPEGs once a month, but you despise HEIC to JPEG.com with a passion, then it kind of doesn't matter how long it takes to automate this task. If you never have to look at HEIC to JPEG.com again, that's a win for you. And that's why thinking about how painful a task is so important. Macros are about more than saving time. They're about eliminating frustration, automating the stuff that makes you resent your work, and avoiding the burnout that comes from doing tedious tasks over and over. So now you know how to think about automating your job with Keyboard Maestro. Soon we'll talk about variables and tokens, which are some of the most useful features in Keyboard Maestro. But first, let's talk about macro groups and macro palettes. So by now we've made a ton of different macros with a ton of different triggers, and for the most part, those macros have been able to run regardless of what app or window we've been in. Macro groups address the problem that we don't always want to be able to run macros in all situations. Sometimes we only want them to run in certain apps or even just in certain websites. So that's something we'll talk about how to set up. Macro palettes, on the other hand, give an easy way to run stuff without needing to remember so many keyboard shortcuts. This can be really helpful, especially once you start building out your macro library. So let's begin by talking about regular macro groups. We can make one by pressing this plus button or the shortcut of Command-Shift-N, which I'll do like this. And I'm just going to call this macro groups and palettes video. And you'll notice that I start it with a dash or a hyphen, and that's to make it appear alphabetically before all of my other macro groups. So it appears at the top here. So a macro group is just a folder that contains certain macros. So I could make as many macros as I wanted within a given macro group. And as I've talked about in previous tutorials, macros just are actions that are triggered by one of the triggers here. So we can come to the macro group settings and modify these to determine when and how the macros contained within this group or within this macro folder can be activated. Before we talk about all of these settings here, there's one exception or one special type of macro group that I'll mention, and that is the global macro group. The macros within this group can be activated from any application, and the group is always enabled. It can never be disabled. So you should include macros here that you would want to be able to activate under any circumstances. So for example, I have one that cancels all macros, which I want to be able to activate regardless of the conditions of my computer. So let's turn to the specific macro group conditions that we can modify. The first thing here is that you can change the icon to anything you want. There are a bunch of default icons here. You can also use the icon of an application from your computer, or you can build your own icon using this character developer. But for now, I'm just going to pick an icon from here. And now let's look at some of these conditions. So you'll notice there are 4 drop-down menus here. We'll take each of them in order. The first one is relating to the applications that the macros within the group will be active in. So by default, it is set to be available in all applications. So if I were to modify one of these macros, I'm going to add a new trigger just as an example. And then here I'm going to display text, and I'm just going to say test, and I'll have it display large. So if I activate this macro with the shortcut that I set before, then it will display the word test on the screen. So because this macro group is available in all applications, if I go to my browser, for instance, and I activate that macro, the word test will appear as well. And this will work in any application. However, we can change this to the next condition, which is available in these applications. So here we can select specific applications that the macro works in. So this is really useful if, for instance, I wanted to make macros that are only active in my web browser and no other applications. So coming to Brave, if I press that shortcut from before, the word test will appear. But if I press it in Keyboard Maestro, then it does not work because I've set this macro group to only be active in Brave. So a good example of this is a macro that I have here, which saves the front image from within a web browser. So what it does is it just right clicks on the front image, presses save as, and then saves it to the downloads. If I open up my downloads folder, you'll see it here. And so that's what it would look like manually, but using the macro, it looks like this, and it saves that image to my downloads folder. So that's something that I would only want to be active within Brave and maybe some other web browsers as well, like Firefox. So I just added Firefox here as well, and I would be able to use the save image as macro in any of these applications. But again, something like Keyboard Maestro, it wouldn't make sense necessarily to have that macro active. And you can see that when I try it within Keyboard Maestro, it doesn't do anything. It would only work in Brave or Firefox. The next condition is the exact opposite of the one we just looked at. It's available except in these applications. So again, using my display text example from before, if I activate it in Keyboard Maestro, it works. But if I try it in the browser, then it does not work anymore, since my browser is excluded from the list of apps that this macro group will work in. So this can be really useful if, for example, you have a game that you wouldn't want any of your macros to interfere with, but you'd want those macros to work in all other applications. Then you'd probably want to use the available except in these applications condition. The next condition here is available when these applications are running. So this is a bit different from the one before, available in these applications, because when an app is running, that means it may or may not be at the front. All it means is that the app is open, but it can be open in the background. So for example, Brave, my browser, is open in the background right now, which means that it is running, but it's currently not active. It's not the front application. So to give an example of this, I'm going to create a new macro, and I'm going to call it open new tab. And here I'll set a new trigger. And what this macro will do is it will call the new tab menu item from Brave. So I'm going to do Brave, file, new tab. And now when I go to Brave and I try this macro, it makes a new tab. But if I try it from within another application, it's also going to make a new tab. So you can see it quickly switched to Brave, and it created a few new tabs when I activated the macro. So again, this works because Brave is within the lists of applications that we've selected for this macro group to work in if those applications are running. Again, using the test macro from before, we can see that also works in Brave or in any other application because Brave is currently running. But now I'm going to come down to Brave and I'm going to quit it. And at this point, if I try any of those macros, they do not work because Brave is not running. So you can check if an app is active, if there's a dot underneath it here. But this doesn't include everything. If you want to see a more comprehensive list, then you'll have to open up the activity monitor, and in the tab, energy tab here, I think is usually the best place to see it. Any of these applications that are not grayed out, so like these ones are grayed out, all of these applications here are currently running. So if I added any of them to the list here, then this macro group would be activated. Okay, now let's look at the next condition, which is available when these applications are running, but not active. So again, running just means that it's open. It could be in the background or not, but active means that the application is at the front. So if it says running, but not active, that means these macros will only be available if the application is running, but not at the front. So for example, Brave now satisfies these conditions because it is running, it's open, but it is not the active application since it is not at the front. So to demonstrate that, I will display my test macro from before. And as we can see, the text pops up, but if I go to Brave and try it, it doesn't work. And if I quit Brave and try to activate the macro now, it likewise does not work. So this could be really useful if, for example, you have a music app like Spotify or iTunes that you want to control without switching to it. So if normally you go to that app and press the spacebar to pause or play your music, or use certain buttons within the app to go to the next track, you might not be able to use those same shortcuts like pressing the spacebar from within another app, but you could make a trigger here that would play your music or do something else like picking a random track and activate it only when the music application is open. So if I did something like this and had this group only available in music when music is open but not at the front, then I could activate my play music macro with a certain trigger. But then if the music app were open, then I could just use the default spacebar to pause or play the track. Next, let's look at the final condition in this drop-down menu here, which is available when these applications are not running. So if you select this option, then the group will only be active if the apps you have listed here are not open at all. And you might use this to do something like create a macro that restarts your computer, but it wouldn't activate if you had, say, a QuickTime recording that's currently recording your computer. So if QuickTime is open, then the restart macro would not work, and I'll just show what that would look like. So there is an action to restart the computer, but I'm just going to display text for now since I am recording, and I'll say display text large, restarting. So if this application is running, which it currently is, and I try that macro, then it wouldn't work. But if I were to close QuickTime, then this macro would activate and it would display the text restarting, or restart my computer if I had that action here. So basically the applications that are listed here would prevent the macros from being activated if these applications are open. Okay, next let's take a look at the window conditions that we can set for our macro group. So just as an example of what we could do using these conditions, we could make a macro group that is only available when we are on the website YouTube. So here I have a group that's only available when I'm watching YouTube, and I have macros that will open watch later or open my history, but these macros don't work in any other tabs. So coming back to the example group that we have here, the default condition is to be available in all windows, so that would work regardless of the title or window condition, but we can change it to several other conditions here, the first of which is available when a focused window exists. So a focused window means that there is a window at the front, and you should be able to see these colored icons here at the top left. Something like this behind, which has grayed out icons, unless I hover over them, would not be the focused window. This is the focused window here, whereas the one behind is unfocused. Now it's also possible that no window is focused at all on the screen. This would be the case if, for example, none of your applications are open, or if you had a focused window open, which you then closed and nothing was focused behind it. So we might use this first condition here, available when a focused window exists, to do something like store a folder of macros that type out text. So I'm going to say type text, and here it could be something like a typed string trigger, and I'm just going to say text. And here I will have it type insert text by typing hello. So now, since this macro can only be activated when a focused window exists, it would be impossible for me to activate it if a focused window does not exist. So if I come here to Obsidian and I type out that type string trigger and it transforms it into the word hello like I had before, that works because the front window is focused. But if I try to type that out again, I'm typing the word text and nothing occurs. The macro does not try to perform its actions because we set this to only be active when a focused window exists. The second condition is the exact opposite of the first, available when a focused window does not exist. I've never personally found a great use for this, but just thinking of some examples, you might use it if, for example, you set your macro group to be available in something like Slack, and then you had a macro that would bring a new window to the front or open the existing window if one didn't exist already. and that would only occur if the front window was not already focused. So the next condition here is available when a focused window title is, and then you input the name of some window here. So the way that you can see the names of different windows is by going to your mission control, either swiping up with 3 fingers on your trackpad or doing the shortcut Control Up arrow key. And that will bring up this window here where you can see the names or the titles of the windows like New Tab or Keyboard Maestro, Editor, and so on. Now the titles may not always be exactly what you see here. However, I did make a custom macro to get the front window title, and that looks like this. It displays the front window title here, and it copies it to our clipboard so that we can immediately paste it. So an example of where the title displayed here may differ from what the title actually is in something like the browser, where you can see here the name of this window, the title of the window is actually New Tab Brave Max Productivity, and that full title is not displayed here. So if I wanted to make a macro group where the macros are only active where the title is New Tab in my browser, then I could do that like this. And if I come to the tab and do my test macro from before, it works in that window, but not in any other. So if I go to any website like a typing test, then now that macro would not work from before because the title of this window has changed from the New Tab. So this can be really useful if you want macros that are available only on certain websites, kind of like the one I showed from YouTube, because the website is not its own application and you can't select it to be available from one of these application criteria. And in a little bit, we'll look at what to do when the title of the window may not exactly match one of the strings here. But say you wanted it to work on any browser that has the name New Tab in it. We'll get to that shortly. So the next criteria condition here is available when a focused window title is not. So that's the exact opposite of what we had before. So if I do my test macro, that will work in any application except for windows that have the title listed here. And then the next condition is similar to the one before, available when a focused window exists but the title is not. So the way that this differs from the one before, where the macro group is available when a focused window title is not, means that a window does not necessarily need to exist for this condition to be met. So for example, if I open up Finder and then I close it, so there's currently no focused window, then this macro would work as expected. So this means it can be triggered even when there is not a focused window at all. But in this next case, there must be some focused window in the first place. So if I open Finder and close it like this, so there's no focused window at the front, and I try my macro, then it doesn't work. However, if there is a focused window, then it will work as expected. So in other words, for this condition to be met, there needs to be a focused window in the first place. Now the remaining conditions here are similar to the ones we just covered, except they differ in that the next 3 use the word contains instead of is, and the last 3 use the word match instead of is or contains. So the difference between is, contains, and matches is pretty simple. Is means that whatever text we have here must match the title of the window exactly. So as I showed before, if the title of the window using that macro I had to get the exact title matches this exact string here, then the macro group would be activated. However, if we turn to some of the conditions that use contains, then the match does not have to be exact. So it can be a partial match of the window title. So if I just have the word new and I come back to this New Tab, then my macros work as expected. So Keyboard Maestro does not have the word new anywhere in the window title, whereas new tab does. So my macro group would be active in any window that contains the word new. So if I were to, for instance, change the title of this note to be new, and you can see new is contained in this title, then activating my macro or any of the macros from my macro group will work because the window title contains the word new somewhere in it. So again, there are two more conditions that use contains. One is does not contain, which is just the exact opposite of the contains condition. So if the word new is not in the title anywhere, then the macros in this group will work. So it would work in Keyboard Maestro, but it would not work in Obsidian or the new tab window because they both contain the word new. And then again, when a focus window exists but the title does not contain, refers to the fact that we require there to be a focused window at the front, in addition to there being a negation of this term in the title. So again, if there is no focused window at the front, then the macro would not work because there is required to be a focused window for it to be activated. Then finally, let's turn to the third of these keywords. We covered is and contains, and now let's take a look at matches. So matches means that whatever term we have here will be used as a regular expression. So regular expressions are beyond the scope of this tutorial, but just as a simple example, if you're unfamiliar with regular expressions, they're a way of specifying certain patterns or search strings, and you could do something like new tab or Keyboard Maestro. So this bar operator, this pipe operator here, acts as an or in regular expressions. So now if the title contains the word new tab or Keyboard Maestro, then all of the macros here would be activated. So as a demonstration, I can do my test macro. It works in any window that contains the words new tab or Keyboard Maestro within the title. However, regular expressions can get very complex, so I will save the discussion of them for the later video. And then again, for the matches, just as the is and contains, we can select the negation of that key term. So if the title does not match new tab or Keyboard Maestro, if it doesn't have any of those terms in it, then it will not work. So it does not work in Keyboard Maestro. It does not work in the new tab, but it does work in the window that does not contain either of those terms, new tab or Keyboard Maestro. And then finally, the last one, just as before, requires that there be a focused window in the first place that it will check this condition against. One final point about these conditions is that any of them can be mixed and matched. So we can add additional conditions here, like enabling these macros only within Brave browser, where the focus window title matches either new tab or Keyboard Maestro. So now this macro group will not be active within Keyboard Maestro or any window that contains Keyboard Maestro because the front browser or front application is not Brave browser. And within Brave, they will work if the titles are appropriate. So if I went back to the typing test, then again, it would not work here because the front window title does not match either of these terms. So coming back to my example from before, we can see that whenever the focused window title contains the word YouTube and one of these browsers is open, then the macros would be activated. Similarly, I have something for Anki where I have certain macros that are only available within the add window. So really there is no limit to how complex you can make these. You can have your macros active only within certain types of windows, within certain types of applications very easily using these settings. Before moving on to the remaining macro group settings, I think this is a good point to learn about palettes because they will come in handy for some of these settings here. So I just made another macro group where we can explore some Features of palettes. Palettes are essentially just floating windows that contain actions that do things like activating macros or opening applications. And there are 4 types of palettes in Keyboard Maestro: the Applications palette, Conflict palette, Global Macro palette, and Macro Group palette, which we'll cover in order. So the first one is the Applications palette, which you can show from the Keyboard Maestro status menu or by using actions within Keyboard Maestro. So that would look like this: the Show Applications palette or Toggle Applications palette action. So if I add a trigger to this, then that will toggle the application palette whenever I press this shortcut. So here you can click on any of these application icons, so it kind of works like the dock down below, but it has additional functionality in that, first of all, it shows a check mark by whichever application is at the front. So if I go to Brave, then there's a check mark over the Brave icon or Finder or Keyboard Maestro. Beyond that, the application palette has additional features where if we right click on any of these apps or if we control click on them, we can see several different functions here that we could click on. So for instance, if I right click on Brave, I could activate it and hide all other applications. So I'll try that now. So at that point, Brave was activated and everything else on the desktop was hidden. I could also do something like reveal the file location of this app within Finder. I could also do something like get the info of this application, so that will pull up the information about it. Additionally, if I want to activate any of these options without right-clicking and selecting them, I can hold the appropriate modifier key like Shift or Option and do a normal left click on the application icons. So if I wanted to activate Keyboard Maestro and hide other applications, I could hold Option and left click on it, and now all other applications would be hidden. Finally, you can also drag and drop files onto specific applications to open the file within that application. The next type of palette is the Conflict palette. So this will appear if you have multiple macros with the same trigger. It could be a hotkey trigger, it could be a type string trigger. But if you try to activate a macro that has a duplicate trigger, like Command Option Control 1, then this conflict palette will appear, which asks you to select which macro you intend to activate. You can either use the mouse button to click one of these, or you could use the first letter of the macro name that's highlighted, so T or M, to select which one you want to activate. So if I press T, then it's going to do the macro to toggle the applications palette. But if I wanted to activate a different one of these macros, which just display text in a window, I could type M and then the next unique letter, which would be 1 or 2. So if I did 2, that would activate macro 2 up here. Okay, the next type of palette is the global macro palette, which I explained in my triggers video, but I'll explain it again now. So here, if we have a macro with the global macro palette trigger, then that will cause the global macro palette to appear. It's just a floating window that appears on the screen whenever we have one or more macros with the global macro palette trigger, or if we configure our macro group to use the global macro palette for a certain functionality, which I'll address later in this video. So this global macro palette just contains any macros that have this trigger, and if we click it like before, it will cause that macro to activate. We can also toggle the visibility of the global macro palette using actions like before. So I'm going to search for the global macro palette toggle action, and if I come here and add a trigger to it and activate it, then it will cause the global macro palette to appear or disappear. As I'll show later in this video, we can also perform special functions with macro groups using the global macro palette. The final type of palette is the macro group palette, which we can use by activating this action, the show palette of macros. And what it does is it just shows all of the macros within a certain macro group. So if I come here and select any macro group, and I'll just actually use this macro group that we have here, and if I add a trigger to it, then activating it will cause a palette of all of the macros within this group to appear. So again, I can click on them, or I can type the first unique letter to activate one of them. There are also macro group settings and certain actions to show or hide palettes when certain conditions are met, like when you press a hotkey or activate a specific macro. So you could have a palette that appears only in certain applications, and that's something we'll explore shortly. First, however, I'll conclude this section on palettes by mentioning a few miscellaneous features. So one is that we can use a certain syntax to order the macros within a certain palette. So if I wanted macro 1 to appear after macro 2, whenever it appears in a palette, I can use syntax like this to order the macros within a palette. So this would put it as the first item whenever it appears in a palette, but I could do something like 5 and order macro 2 with 1, and I'll add an order to the rest of these as well using the same syntax. So I'll do 2. Okay, so I just added an order to the rest of these. And now if I activate our macro from before to show all of the macros within this group, you'll see that that numbering does not actually appear within the name. The number is hidden from the name. However, they appear according to the order that we set here. So macro 1 is the 5th one. It appears at the bottom. Macro 2 is the first one, and it appears at the top. So this can be helpful when you want to specify an order to your macros within a group, or maybe clump some of them together that you want to appear next to each other. Now we can also change the style of different macro palettes. So if we come and click on the style icon here, we can change things like the opacity of it. We can change the font size to be bigger or smaller. We can make it centered text. We can add the trigger icon next to it so we can see the triggers as well, and many other settings. And this works for all different types of palettes. So if we come to the keyboard Maestro preferences, which you can get to by pressing Command, comma, and come to the palette style here, we can change the default palette style or the styles for the global macro group, application palette, or conflict palette. There are some default styles here that you could change your style to if you preferred one of these different styles. Another point to note is that you can have multiple palettes displayed on the screen simultaneously. So again, if I do something like toggle the global macro palette and I activate the applications palette, we can have both of these displayed at the same time. And I can even activate my macro group palette. So at this point, we have multiple palettes open at once. And we can even have nested palettes. So within one of these, for instance, I could have a macro that leads to another macro palette. Okay, now we can turn to some of the remaining macro group settings. And for this, I actually made a fresh macro group with just a couple macros in it. So I have macros with one action each that just rescale the front window to different positions. So one is triggered by the down arrow key, which rescales the front window to the bottom half of the screen. And then I have one that does the same, but it rescales it to the left half, one for the right half, one for the top half, and one to reset the window back to full screen. So this one has a trigger with modifier keys, whereas the rest just have a single button, one of the arrow keys. So this will provide a good example for us to explore each of these options here. By default, it is set to always activated, which means that assuming the other conditions are met, these macros can always be activated by pressing their relevant shortcut. We can change this to any of these options, however, the first of which is activated for one action when. And below there are three conditions. One is a hotkey condition, which if I enter some hotkey here, like Command Control Option 4, then now this macro group will only be activated when I press that hotkey. So if I press it, now I can press one of the arrow keys, but if I try to press the arrow keys again, they will not work because this macro group has only been activated for one action whenever I press this hotkey. So I'm going to try to press it again, and now the macro group is activated for one action, and I can rescale the front app to full screen. But if I try pressing it again, then the macro does not activate because this macro group has only been activated for one action after the hotkey has been pressed. I'm going to do it one more time and transition that. Now these other two options here have the exact same functionality as the hotkey. They will activate the macro group for one action. They're just other ways of activating it. So one is through the Keyboard Maestro status menu. So if I toggle this check mark here, then now if I go up to the Keyboard Maestro status menu, you can see that this option appears. And now if I press one of the arrow keys, the macro group works. And if I try activating it again, the macro group will work for one more action. The third option here is to display the macro group within the global macro palette. So I'm going to activate that shortcut I had from before, which had our global macro group activate. And now if I toggle this checkbox, then the macro group will appear within the global macro palette. So if I click it, then now I can use the arrow keys to toggle the full screen for one action. And I'm going to reset it back to full screen. Right below this, there's an option to display when I toggle the macro group. So you can see if I click it once, then it says activated. And if I click it again, the macro group is already activated for one action until I press one of the arrow keys, at which point I can activate it again. So I can mix and match any of these conditions here. I could have just the global macro palette be able to activate the macro group for one action and remove the status menu and hotkey, or I could leave all three of them or any other combination of these ways to activate the macro group. And I'll return shortly to this option here to place the palette under the mouse because it does not apply to this condition here. So the next setting within this list is the activated/deactivated when. And all of the conditions here, by the way, have these exact same options: hotkey, status menu, and global macro palette entry. So this option here is just a way of toggling the availability of the macro group. So if I press the hotkey or one of the global macro palette entries here, we can see that the group is now activated. And at this point, I can use the arrow keys as many times as I want. The macro group is fully activated, not just for one action, but for as many actions as I want. And that will continue to be the case until I press the entry again, or I press the shortcut, which would disable the macro group. And now if I try to activate some of the shortcuts in my macro group, it will not work until I do something like activate the shortcut again, which will toggle the availability of the macro group. Okay, for the next three conditions, the macros within our group will only be active if there is a palette that is displayed for this macro group. So the first option is to show a palette for one action when one of these conditions is met. So I'm going to do the shortcut, and this will display our macro palette for this group. And now if I press any of those shortcuts, the palette disappears. And if I try to activate any of the macros again, they are disabled since the palette is no longer visible on the screen. If I do it again, I could do any of the macros and they will work for one action again. And I'm actually going to change the macro style to show the trigger on the right side. So now if I activate the group, you can see which trigger activates which macro. So if I do the right arrow, it will bring it to the right. And if I do the trigger I have here, it will turn it back to full screen. So this can be really useful if you want to use shortcuts or hotkeys like the arrow keys, which you normally want to be available to use as their default function as arrow keys, except for the one action when you display the macro palette. So in this case, you would only have to remember one keyboard shortcut to bring up the palette in the first place, and then you could just quickly use the arrow keys to rescale the front window. But they could be used normally at all other times. And this is actually a good place to explain this last option here, which is to place the palette under the mouse. So what this means is that when we activate one of these options here, calling the macro group palette, then that will be placed directly under the mouse. So if I do the shortcut, it places it directly under the mouse, or if I activate from the global macro palette, it places this macro group palette directly under the mouse as well, so I can easily click any of these options. And then the next of these three palette conditions is the show or hides a palette when. So this just toggles the availability of the palette, but the macros can be activated as many times as we want, not just for one action. And they will remain available until I do one of these options again to toggle the availability of that palette. And it's important to note that at this point, even though the macros have other shortcuts, since the macro palette is not displayed, they cannot be activated. So if I press the arrow keys, or if I press my hotkey to move the item to full screen, those macros do not work because the palette is not displayed on the screen. And then the final of these three palette conditions is one to show a palette until. So this causes the palette to appear, and I can activate any of the macros within the group as many times as I want until I press one of these options here. So if I do the shortcut, then it's gone. But if I press that shortcut again, it will also toggle it back. So you may think that this is just kind of the same as the one we showed before. However, it has additional functionality in that if we set this group to only be available within certain applications like the browser, that will also cause this palette to appear. So whenever the macro group conditions are met, like when you open an app that the group is available in, that will cause the palette to activate as well, in addition to the features that we have here. So if I go to Brave, then it causes the palette to instantly appear until I toggle the palette using the shortcut Command Control Option 4. And if I toggle it again, it'll bring it back. But once I leave the application by going back to Keyboard Maestro, that palette disappears because it is only available within Brave browser. So this is a really useful feature when you want to keep relevant macros always open within specific applications and that only appear once you open that application. Okay, the final three conditions here are exactly the same as the three that we just explored. The one difference is that the macros within this group can be activated even when the palette is not displayed. So before, in the three conditions above, the macros would only be active if the palette was displayed. But in this case, the macros will always be active. So they can always be triggered by another means, like a keyboard shortcut, and sometimes by the palette as well. So to demonstrate the first one, always activated and shows a palette for one action when. If I go back to Brave and I activate this group using the shortcut, then I can use any of the items within that group for one action. However, I can still use the default keyboard shortcut. So in this case, I'm pressing the arrow keys, and that is causing the front window to be rescaled as we would expect, even though that macro group palette is not displayed on the screen. So again, for the second one, It's always activated and shows or hides a palette when one of those options is clicked. So if I click it here, I can toggle the scale of the front window. And if I toggle that group, making the palette go away, those macros still work. So I'm using the arrow keys to rescale the front window. And then finally, we can do the one which is to always be activated and shows a palette until. So again, this causes the palette to appear whenever the other macro group conditions are met, but I can toggle it and still use the macros within that group. So if you're using these three conditions here at the very bottom, it probably doesn't make sense to have triggers like the arrow keys, because they will continue to trigger these macros even when the palette is not displayed on the screen. The final feature of macro group settings that I will show is to display the macro group in the menu bar. So I just made a new macro group here and removed the arrow key shortcuts from these macros so I don't accidentally activate them. But now we can come down here and change this option to display in menu bar. That will add a new icon up here to the menu bar, which we can click and see all of the macros within this macro group. And if we click on any of these, it will perform that macro as usual. Now there are 4 options here, which we can change. The first is to select the icon of the menu bar item. By default, you can have no item, which just displays the Keyboard Maestro logo, or you can select something like the macro group icon, which will display whatever icon you have here up in the menu bar. You can also select a custom icon, which you can paste an image into here. So if I were to say screenshot something like this and paste in the result, then you'll see that becomes the icon that appears in the menu bar. And we could also do something similar by including an icon from a clipboard, but that is beyond the scope of this tutorial. We can come down to the next item, which is to change the title of our menu bar item. By default, it will have no title, but we can change it to something like the macro group title. So you'll see up here, the menu item now contains the entire macro group name. We could also do a custom title, which can be any text we want. Say this is an example, and now that text appears up in the menu bar icon. And you'll notice here there's an option to update this text with a certain frequency. And the reason for that is that we can set this to include variables. So we could do something like include the system clipboard, which is just a variable, which will contain whatever we've most recently copied. And I could have it update every 5 seconds, for instance. So now if I come to an app and I copy something like this text, hello, you'll see up at the top that changes the text to whatever I've most recently copied. If I copied something else, then within 15 seconds, that text would change to whatever I've copied latest. It's also possible to just set this directly to a single variable, and that's actually how I used Keyboard Maestro to make this simple timer right here. So I'm just going to change this back to have no title for now. And the next setting is to include either all macros contained within the group, or to contain macros that have the group status menu trigger only. So I covered this in my triggers tutorial, but just to recap in case you haven't seen it, this will only include macros that have the group status menu trigger. So if we come back to the icon now, we can see that only the macros that have that trigger will appear in the menu bar icon. And we can create custom names here like macro 1, and that would change how it is named in the menu. Finally, we can have it include the macro icons when they appear here. So you'll notice the icons from on the left here where the macros are would be included in this menu bar icon. So that covers all of the macro group settings and conditions within Keyboard Maestro. And the last thing that I'll cover in this tutorial is smart groups. So we can create a new smart group by coming down here and pressing this icon below. And we can title this example smart group. So smart groups are folders that contain specific filters or search terms which can be used to help you find or organize certain macros more easily. So the way we create these filters is by typing text in any of these conditions here. So the first one by default which appeared was just a search term that only selects macros from the global macro group. So if I come down to the global macro group, this smart group will basically have a search term that has everything from the global macro group. If I add new filters or search terms, the macros that will appear in the smart group will be the OR of all of these terms. So in other words, it will contain all of the macros that are from the global macro group or all of the macros that fulfill any other condition. So I could say something like including the global macro group macros as well as all the macros that appear within the macro group example which we had before. So that smart group now contains everything from here as well as the global macro group. So smart groups don't affect the condition of the macros themselves, for instance, whether they can be activated or not. Unlike with regular macro groups, they're just a way to organize your macros in Keyboard Maestro or help you find macros more easily. And there are a number of different search terms that we can use to make very customized smart groups. So I'll include a link to this wiki page in the description below, but you can see that there are key terms for macro groups, macros that are available in specific applications, that are enabled or disabled, that have particular triggers, and so on. So an example that I made here is just one that has Anki and Obsidian macros. So what I did here was to filter for macros that have the name Anki in the title of them and are enabled, or macros that have the name Obsidian in the title. So this will get all of the macros that have Anki and are enabled, as well as all the macros that have the name Obsidian in the title, whether they're enabled or not. So this can be a useful way to really filter down your macros, and they can also be used to create macro palettes. So as we discussed before in the section about palettes, we can make shortcuts that will show particular palettes, and I could select a smart group as one of those palettes. So now if I activate this macro, it will open up all of the enabled macros that appear within my smart group. And you'll notice that some are missing, for example, this one or this one here. And that's because these macros still fulfill the original conditions of the macro group that they appear in. So for example, this macro I know is only available within Obsidian, and that appears here, which is only available when Obsidian is open. So for that reason, it would not appear when I create the macro palette that contains all of the macros within this smart group. It's time for the topic we've all been waiting for, variables and tokens. We've danced around them, but now let's do a deep dive. They aren't always easy to understand at first, so it's totally normal if you need to rewatch this section a few times. But once you learn how to use them, you unlock a new level of automation power. This section will be pretty theoretical, but then in the next section, we'll put these skills to use together with something called regular expressions to make some pretty crazy macros. Let's start by looking at some quick examples of macros you can make with variables and tokens. For example, I have one that opens any website that I have bookmarked in my browser. Another instantly translates any highlighted text. Finally, we can spell check any word and see a list of possible alternatives. None of these macros would be possible without variables and tokens. Now let's learn how to use them. So you've probably made at least a few macros by this point and want to unlock some more powerful features of Keyboard Maestro with variables. But what even are variables? Let me show you through an example. So I'm just going to call this variable example, and I'm going to add a simple hotkey trigger, and this can be just something random. which I'll use to test this macro. And now let me show you how to set a variable. So I'm going to use the action set variable to text, and it has two fields, the first of which is where we name the variable. So we can call this anything we want. The variable just has to start with a letter, but it can have numbers, it can have underscores, and it can have spaces. So something like this would be a valid variable name, but this is what I'll keep it at for now, example underscore 1. And notice on the right side that there is a little v here. This means that this is a variable field, which I'll explain later. And then now down here, this is a text field. It has a little t on the right, and we can enter any text that we want here. So I'm going to say this is an example. And you can see down here, the action is previewing what the variable will be set to. So currently it's empty because we haven't run this macro yet. But once we do run it, this example1 variable will get set to this text here. And now to use the variable, I'm going to add a simple action of typing text, insert text by typing, and maybe I'll change this to insert text by pasting. And now we want to use this example1 variable from before. Now notice again, this is a text field. That will be important in a moment. But first, let me show you the wrong way to use this variable. So we could say my message is, and then I want to use whatever example1 gets set to. If I were to do this wrong, then I would just type example1 as is. Now, if I go to a Notes app and I trigger this macro, you can see it types out or it pastes in the message. My message is example1. But that's not what we want. We want it to paste in the text that's contained within this variable. So the correct way to do it is to type % and then variable and then another %. And now we type in the name of our variable itself with a closing % at the end. And now if I go back to my Notes app and I execute this macro, we can see it works correctly this time. It types my message is, and then it displays the text that was included or that we set this variable to from before. So this raises a first important point about variables. Whenever we want to refer to variables in a text field, so any field that has a little t on the right side, we need to use this full formatting where we say %variable %, and then we put the name of the variable between the final closing %. Whenever we want to refer to a variable within a variable field, so with a v on the right side, we don't use this extra formatting around it. We just refer to it by its plain name. So if I wanted to change what that variable included, I could set the exact same variable to a different type of text later. So I could say, this is another example. And notice how I'm setting the variable example underscore 1 to this text. I'm not typing out the full %variable % format. This would be incorrect because this is a variable field. But now I'm going to just copy my message, copy the same action from before, and maybe in between here, I'll add a type a keystroke action to press enter. So right now this macro will just type my message is, this is an example. It'll press enter to make a new line, and then it'll type my message is, this is another example. So let's test that. I'm going to delete what we had before, and I'm going to activate the macro, and we can see it works as expected. So a variable is just a way of storing some plain text that we can use later, either in the same macro or in another macro. I'll show what it will look like to use it in another macro momentarily, but first I want to talk about a third type of field, the third and final type of fields in Keyboard Maestro, which is the calculation field. So to demonstrate this, I'm going to use the action set variable to calculation. And notice, like before, the variable name at the top is a variable field. It has the letter V there, but underneath this has a little C, which refers to calculation. So unlike the T, the text field from before, this is a different type of field that wants a mathematical expression. So if I first set example1 to some number, I'm just going to enter something random, and then we use that variable again later. Maybe I want my new variable to be called example2, and I want it to be 100 plus whatever I set my first variable to. So now this is 100 plus example1. And in a calculation field, the one with a little c on the right, I have to refer to the variable by its plain name. So I don't type out variable percent and then the variable name fully. You can see it's red, which means it's incorrect. I have to use the plain name by itself. In this case, it's yellow, which means the result will be invalid. And that's because the example1 variable currently contains textual data. So I haven't run this macro yet. It still contains the old data for the variable, which would not yield a valid calculation. But I'm just going to move this down for now, and I'm going to say my message is variable or example2. So we would expect this result to be 4,321 plus 100 because we're setting example2 to be whatever example1 was plus 100. And now if I try this macro, it yields 4,421. So this worked correctly. However, if I set this to be something that is not a numerical value, then the macro would not work correctly. I ran it and nothing happened, and that's because this is an invalid calculation. So a calculation must contain numbers and variables that contain numeric values. I have an entire video coming out at some point about calculations and functions, so this is all that I'll explain about them in this video, but in my later video, I will go into much more depth on them. So this is one way to set a variable with the set of variable action, but there are other ways to set variables as well. So for example, one of these ways is to prompt for user input. And this is just a simple action which, when I run it, prompts the user to enter details for some variables. By default, there are no variables added, but we can add variables for the user to fill in here. So I could say here that I want the user to fill out some message. And now when I test this macro, it displays a little box that says message, and then the user can enter some details here and press OK. So right now this does nothing because there's no actions that come after it. But like before, we could use the variables that get set in this action to perform later actions afterwards. So we could do the insert text by typing again, and I will say my message is, and now I will refer to this variable by the proper name, the full expanded name because it is a text field. I have a simple macro that just pastes in the clipboard surrounded by the appropriate characters, but you can also use the insert token action. So you can come up to variable and search for your variable at the top, or you could find it directly in this list. Finally, of course, you could also just type out the text manually yourself if you prefer. Then I can also add a title to this action, enter a message, and now if I come back to my Notes app and run the macro, it says enter a message, and my message will be hello. And then once I press OK, it types out the text with the variable that we filled in. Now I mentioned before that variables can be accessed from other macros as well. So to demonstrate that, I'll make another macro and I'll call this example2. And here I'm going to add a simple insert text by typing action, and I will paste in the message variable that I had before. And I might say your last message was, and then have that variable be typed out here. So if I add another trigger to this macro and I execute my example2 macro, it says your last message was hello. So notice that we didn't set this variable to any value within this macro, but because we set it to a value before in our previous macro, this macro also has access to that value. Later in this video, I'll talk about variable scope, which just refers to how variables can be accessed by certain macros and how they're stored. But for now, you should just know that variables can be accessed by different macros. So they exist not just within the macro that they're set in, but they can be accessed by any other macro as well. One other point before we move on to talking about tokens is that the case, meaning whether a variable is uppercase or lowercase, does not matter. So I could refer to this variable down here as capital message, and that refers to the exact same thing as a variable that's fully lowercase. So the case does not matter, and I'll demonstrate that by activating this macro again, and I'll say enter a message. I'll say hi there, and it types that message out correctly. So that's just to show that you can call the variable with any combination of uppercase and lowercase letters as long as they are the same characters. All right, now let's talk about tokens. So tokens are basically just placeholders that get replaced with some text once the macro is run. So a very common example of this is the system clipboard. This is one of the most useful tokens, I would say, which replaces this text with whatever the user most recently copied whenever the macro is run. So to demonstrate this, I'll come back to my Notes app and I'll add some text. I'll say this is the text I copied most recently, and I'm going to highlight it and press Command C to copy. And now I'm going to run this macro. So I'm going to type out my hotkey trigger, and that inserts the text, my message is, and then it pastes what I most recently copied. So that was this text from above, which we refer to as the system clipboard. So this token here gets replaced with whatever I copied most recently. And this is an example of a very useful token within Keyboard Maestro. Now there are a ton of tokens within Keyboard Maestro. There's a whole list on the wiki page, which I'll link to in the description. But within this video, I'll only cover some of the most useful ones. So whenever we want to refer to a token, we use the name from the wiki page, and then we surround it by percentage signs like I did here. Now let's take a look at some more common token examples. So again, tokens essentially let you add textual information to any text field, any field that has the little T on the right side, and they get replaced with a certain value once the macro is run. So two more useful tokens are the front browser URL token and the front browser title token. So I'm going to write title. So these two tokens will return the title of the URL that we're currently on, title of the web page we're on, as well as the URL for that web page. So I'm going to change this to a display text in a window action, and now I'm going to go back to the browser and activate this macro. And you can see it displays the title of this web page, which is tokens, Keyboard Maestro Wiki, and underneath it, it displays the URL of the web page. So an example of a useful macro we could make using these two tokens is to set the clipboard to a markdown link of the front browser window. So I'm going to use the set clipboard to text action. And here I'll just use these two variables. I'll say bracket front browser title, and then I'm going to, in parentheses, add the other token, which is the front browser URL. And then I'm going to delete the action we had before. So now whenever I run this macro, it will take the front browser title, put it within open and close brackets, and then it will take the front browser URL and put them in between open and close parentheses. So I'm going to come to my browser, I'm going to press my hotkey trigger for this macro, and now if I go back to a Markdown Notes app, we can see that when I paste, it pastes in the front browser link in the proper Markdown format. And when I preview it, you can see it looks like this. And when I click it, it takes me to the appropriate link. Another token that can come in handy is the trigger value token. So that looks like this, trigger value surrounded by open and close percent signs. And this token will return a value associated with how the macro was triggered. So if I use the display text action and I say display text in a window and I put the trigger value, then now when I run this macro, it will display the keyboard shortcut that I pressed to activate it. Now, even if I have multiple triggers on this macro, like a type string trigger, I'll type hello as my trigger. Then if I come to Notes app and use that trigger instead of the hotkey trigger, then it will display the text that I type in the window. So the trigger value token will return different values based on what type of trigger caused the macro to activate. And you can see what the trigger value will return based on the type of trigger on the Keyboard Maestro wiki page. But just to give one example of how you could use that is that you could have your macro do different things based on what characters the user types if they were activating the macro with a type string trigger. So if I say the case does not matter, meaning that hello all lowercase or hello all uppercase preceded by a semicolon would activate the macro, then I could have the macro do different things based on what exactly was triggered. So this is a good example where we can actually use variables and triggers together. So I could say I'm going to set a new variable and I'll just call it trigger value to the token of the trigger value. So what this does is it's going to create a new variable called trigger value and set it to whatever value caused the macro to activate. So whatever type string the user entered to activate this macro is now stored in this trigger value variable. And then I'll just use a simple if condition down here, and I'll use the variable condition and say if the variable trigger value, and then here I can select matches and say if it matches semicolon lowercase h, then I will insert text by typing and I'll say the first letter you typed was lowercase h. Otherwise, if it doesn't match that, meaning we typed an uppercase h at the beginning, then I will have it display that as well. And now if I come back to my Notes app and activate this macro with a lowercase h, it indicates that. Otherwise, if I use a capital H, then it will tell me that as well. So obviously this is a very trivial example, but it just illustrates the point that we can have the macro do dynamic actions based on what caused it to be triggered. So for example, you might be able to use something like this to perform different actions if your macro was activated from a cron job or a certain time of day trigger versus if it was triggered manually with a hotkey trigger. Okay, so I just deleted the actions and added back the hotkey trigger from before to show you a new token called the Finder Selection token. So I'm going to make a new action to set a new variable and I'll call it current file. And then I will set it to a token of Finder Selection. So what this token does is it returns the path of whatever file is currently selected within the Finder. So you can already see it being previewed here. And if I open up my Finder, you can see this file here, text.txt, is highlighted. And if I select a different file, we'll notice that that is updated within this variable as well. So the Finder Selection token just returns whatever file is currently selected. We could use this to perform different actions based on the type of file that is currently selected. So for example, using the switch case action, which is kind of like an if statement, but we can add multiple conditions. So I'll say if the variable current file contains the word text, then I will add an action to display text in a window, and I might say you're selecting a file that has text in the name. And then I might add another condition that says if the highlighted file contains the word files in it, then we'll do the same thing and change this to files. Now if I go back to Finder and activate this macro, it displays you're selecting a file that has files in the name. And if I go to the text file, it will do the same thing, it has text in the name. Now again, this is a pretty trivial example, but we could do things like checking the file extension of the currently selected file and using an action like open a file with a certain application based on what file type is selected. So I have a macro like this that will open it with a video editor application if it ends with a .mp4 or .mov. It will open it with a text editor if it ends with a .pdf, and so on. Now, you could just open your files normally by double-clicking on them, but what you could do to make another useful macro is to have this open them in a secondary application. So if I press this hotkey, instead of opening this in a text editor, the default text edit application, then I could open it in Sublime Text, for example. All right, let's take a look at a few more useful tokens. So one of these is the mail contents token. So that looks like this. Percent mail contents, and then a closing percent, and I'll say current mail. So what this token does is it returns the contents of the mail message that you currently have selected. So I have an email open here, and I'm going to just add one more action to display text. I'll say display text in a window and use the current mail variable. And now when I run this macro, it displays the text of the front email that I had selected. So again, the text content of this email that I had open gets put into a variable, which then displays in a window. So this hopefully is getting you in the mindset of how you can use variables and tokens together to then perform actions using those tokens for useful results. So I might want to filter the text of my email message, and I'll say variable current mail. Maybe I want it to all be set to uppercase, and then I can have that display in another window, which would look like this. And now when I run this macro, it will display the contents of that email completely uppercase. All right, we've covered some basic token examples, but let's look at a few more advanced examples. So I'm going to, again, have a couple actions to set a variable to text, and I'll call this example, and underneath I'll add a display text action in a window. And then I'll just have it display the results of my variable, and we can use this setup to explore a couple more tokens. So all of the tokens we've covered already, like the system clipboard or the trigger value token, have the name of the token in between two percent signs. However, some tokens also have what are called parameters. So you can think of parameters as additional settings that customize what the token outputs. Not all tokens have parameters. So for example, the system clipboard does not have any parameters, but one token that does have parameters is the past clipboard token. So that looks like this, past clipboard, and we surround it by percent signs like usual. However, we add a final percent sign at the end where we can insert some number in the middle. So in between these two percent signs is the parameter that will customize what this token outputs. So the past clipboard token returns the past clipboard of whatever number you have here. So if I set this to past clipboard of 0, that would actually be the exact same thing as the normal system clipboard token. It's just referring to whatever is most recently copied. It's not a past clipboard at all, it's the current clipboard. But if I set this to a past clipboard of 1, that would refer to what I copied before what I copied most recently. And this would refer to 2 items back, 3 items back, and so on. So for demonstration's sake, I will put pass clipboard 1, and underneath that, I will put pass clipboard 2. So this will set the example to the thing that I copied most recently, followed by the thing I copied before that, and followed by whatever I copied before that. Now let's go back to my Notes app, and I'll say first item, second item, and third item. And then here I'm going to copy these from bottom to top. So I'm going to copy the third item, then I'll copy the second item, and then I'll copy the first item. And we can see in my clipboard history that first item is first, second is second, and third is third. And now if I run this macro, which will set the variable example to the first, second, and third clipboard items, so 1, 2, and 3, then we should expect it to display those in a window. And the macro runs correctly. It displays the first, second, and third most recently copied items to the clipboard. So again, this is an example of using tokens that have parameters that allow us to customize what the token will output. Another example of a token that has parameters is the window name token. So window name, and then I'll add another % because this has parameters. And what this token does is it returns the name of the front window if I set it to a parameter of 1, the name of the second window if I set it to 2, and so on. So if I open up my downloads folder in Finder, and then I make a new window set to my desktops folder, so I have desktop at the front and downloads behind, and then I run this macro, it will display the name of the foremost window title followed by the name of the secondmost window title. A similar token is the application token. So application 1 would return the foremost application, while application 2 would return the secondmost application. So Keyboard Maestro is at the front, Obsidian is behind, and you could use the parameters to specify how many applications back you want to see. Now, so far, all of the examples I've shown have had one parameter, but there are actually some tokens that have multiple parameters. So an example of this is the ICU date time tokens. So there are some tokens like the ICU date time plus that have 3 parameters. So I'll show what that looks like if I come paste this in. So the first parameter is the amount of time that you want to offset the current date by. So I'm going to offset the current date by a factor of 3 and then change the unit of time to days and output the date format. You'd have to check the ICU documentation for this, but I know that 4E's will output it in a day format. So currently I'm recording this on a Sunday, and if I run the macro 3 days from now is in fact a Wednesday. Now this is a pretty advanced token type. Most tokens will have either no or just one parameter, but it's important to realize that some tokens do have these more advanced customization options. So one final point is that variables are actually a special type of token that take one parameter. So variable is the type of token and the parameter is the name of the variable that we're selecting. So I mentioned before that tokens can only exist within text fields. That's why we always refer to variables in this format whenever they're in a text field. It's because we're referring to them as a token and getting the specific variable through the parameter. All right, so now we've covered the basics of variables and tokens, but let me show you a problem with variables. So I'll make a new macro and I'll call it display file, and then I'll just add a hotkey trigger to it. And I'm going to add a couple actions here. So the first one I'll add will be the prompt for file action. And this will prompt the user for a file. And I'm going to have it prompt for a file from the downloads folder. So if I just try this action, it looks like this. It prompts this, and I can select a file, and it will save that file name to a variable. So I'll just call this file, and then I'm going to add another action to pause for a few seconds. I'll just say 5 seconds for now, and then I'll have it display text in a window, and I'm going to use the file variable and display the results of what the user selects. So when I run this macro, it's going to ask me or prompt me to select a file. So I'll just select the text file from before, and after 5 seconds, it will display that file in a new window. So this is pretty straightforward. It works as we expect it to. But what I'm going to do next is make another macro, and I'll call this open file, and I'll add a hotkey trigger to this as well, a different trigger, and I'll add some actions. So first I'll set a variable to text, and I'll call this the Finder Selection token. So if you remember from before, the Finder Selection token just returns whatever file I have selected in Finder. Okay, so then after this, I'm just going to add one more action to open a file, and I will use the file variable that we select above as the file that we will choose to open. And then maybe I will change the default application to be something else, like Sublime Text. So this is similar to the macro we made before, where when we activate the shortcut, it will open the currently selected file in a certain app that may not be the default. Okay, so I just added another file to my downloads folder. It's just a screenshot, a PNG file, and we still have our text file from before. But here's where problems can start to happen. So I'm going to come back to my first macro that we just made, and I'm going to run it, and it prompts me to select a file. So I'm going to select this file, and we'd expect it to display the path to the screenshot.png after 5 seconds in a window. But I'm going to run it, and while that is running, I'm going to go to my Finder and activate my other macro. So you can see my macro activated. It opens my text file in Sublime Text like it was supposed to, but the window that displays the path to the first file is incorrect. We expected it to display the screenshot file, but instead it displayed the text file. So I'll show that one more time. I'm going to activate this macro, do the screenshot one, and then I'm going to activate my other macro to open the text file. And after 5 seconds pass, the first macro displays the incorrect file name. Now this is because, like I mentioned before, variables are shared between different macros. So a macro that uses this file as a variable name is referring to the same variable as the variable that's referring to the file here. So what this means is that in the 5 seconds between where we set this variable to be the screenshot.png, the other macro is changing the value of that variable to our new Finder selection, which happened to be the text file. So this macro finishes running before the first macro gets to this point. But by the time it gets to this action, the file name has changed to what it was set to in the other macro. So it got set to the text.txt file instead of retaining the original screenshot.png value. So we ended up with unintended behavior because we originally wanted this macro to prompt for a file and then display the file we selected after 5 seconds, but we ended up with a file being displayed that was not the file that we selected. So this is just one example of how things can go wrong when variables are shared by all macros. Thankfully, however, there's a solution to this problem. There are actually 4 different types of variables within Keyboard Maestro. There are global variables, which have included all of the variables that I've shown so far in this video. But there are 3 other types: local, instance, and password variables. What distinguishes these different types of variables is their scope, which refers to how they can be accessed. So the scope of a variable just refers to where the data within that variable is stored and how it can be accessed. So let me explain more. So to help understand the different types of variables within Keyboard Maestro, consider an analogy of a classroom with a bunch of whiteboards on the walls. In this analogy, any of the students in the class can go up to any of the whiteboards and read what's on them. They can write or erase whatever they want on the whiteboards. All the whiteboards are shared by everyone in the classroom. So in this analogy, each of the students is like a macro, and each whiteboard is like a global variable. In the analogy, any student can read or write on any whiteboard, and similarly, in Keyboard Maestro, any macro can read or write to any global variable. You can access global variables, meaning that you can read or write to them from pretty much anywhere. You can access them from all macros within Keyboard Maestro, and even external scripts that are activated by Keyboard Maestro. So for example, you could run a Python script from Keyboard Maestro, and that script would be able to access all of your global variables. But that's a subject for another video, which I will make soon. So global variables are the default type of variable when you set a new variable, whether in an action like the set variable action or a prompt user for list or so on. They're permanently stored on your hard drive, so they will persist even if you log out of your computer or restart it. The only way to get rid of them is to explicitly delete them. Now you can delete global variables by setting them to the delete token. So this is another token in Keyboard Maestro. It's delete surrounded by %signs. And we can see that if I try this action, try action, that this variable is now empty because it was set to the delete token. Now, if you want to see or edit all of the global variables within Keyboard Maestro, then you can do so in the preferences window. So if I press the shortcut command comma, that will pull up the preferences window. And if you go from general to variables, then you can see the list of all variables within Keyboard Maestro. And here you can select any of them and delete them by pressing this icon down here, or you can change them directly. So I could set this to another number entirely if I wanted. Okay, let's talk about the next type of variables, which are local variables. So returning to the classroom analogy from before, imagine that each student has their own personal whiteboard that they keep on their desk. Only the student that sits at that desk is allowed to write on the whiteboard, and no other students are allowed to write on it or even see what's on it. So these personal whiteboards are like local variables. They are only accessible by a single macro. So the way that you set a local variable within Keyboard Maestro is by adding local to the beginning of the name. So again, variable case does not matter. So I could say local all caps or local all lowercase. Those would both refer to the same thing. As long as you have local at the beginning of the variable name, then this will be a local variable. So I'm going to use this like before. I'm going to set the new variable local example to the word hello, and then I'll display the local example variable in a window. And when I run this macro, it works exactly like it did before when we used a global variable. But at the end of the macro, this local example variable is now deleted. So you can see it's set to empty again, even though we used it within the macro. Returning to the problem that we had before, we can actually solve that problem by changing the variable types to be local variables instead of global variables. So I'm going to change all of the instances that we had file to local file instead of having it as a global variable. And notice how in both of the macros, I have the same variable name. So I have local file here and I have local file here. However, since these variables are local to this specific macro and this specific macro, they will not interfere with each other at all. So again, I'm going to run the first macro. I'm going to select the screenshot and then press OK. And then I'm going to activate the other macro to open the text file. And after 5 seconds, the window correctly displays the screenshot.png instead of being changed to the text file path. So this is a case where local variables prevent interference between different macros, since all of the data that's stored in them is accessible only by the macro that they are set in. Now, local variables also cannot be accessed by sub-macros. If I have an execute a macro action and I chose to execute another macro from within this macro, the macro that is selected here would not be able to access the local example variable from this macro unless I explicitly pass it in as a parameter. So if I added a parameter and added the local example variable to that parameter, then the macro that's executed here would be able to access it. But otherwise, it would not be able to access my local example variable. Okay, the third type of variables are called instance variables. They function almost exactly the same as local variables, except for one slight difference. So local variables are deleted when the macro finishes running, whereas instance variables are deleted when you have a chain of macros that finishes running. So let me show what that looks like by making a new macro, and I'll call this display text. And I'll add a simple display text action, and I'll say display text in a window. And here I'll enter the name of the variable that we had in this example. So I'll say variable local example, and I'll just put that in this display text macro. And then here what I'm going to do is just call that macro from this existing macro. So that would be under the variables and tokens, and it was the display text macro. And I will disable this action. So all this macro will do when I execute it is it will set a local variable to hello, and then it'll execute the macro display text, which will try to display that variable. So since this is a local variable, when I run it, the window displays nothing because this local variable is deleted when this specific macro finishes running. However, if I change this to instance instead of local, and then I changed my other variable to instance instead of local as well, then now when I execute this macro, it correctly displays the name of this variable. So instance variables are deleted after all of the macros that are called from a specific macro. So if I call this macro from the parent macro, then the instance variable will persist. It will not be deleted until the final macro in that chain of macros, which ends here, finishes running. So local and instance variables are almost exactly the same, except for when they are deleted. Local variables are deleted when the specific macro finishes running, whereas instance variables are deleted once all of the macros that are executed from it finish running. So now that we know about global, local, and instance variables, it's generally best practice to use local or instance variables in your macros unless you specifically need the contents of a global variable to be shared by multiple macros. One case where it's good to use global variables is where you want those variables to be shared by all of your macros. So an example of this might be a macro that uses a file path to a certain folder on your computer. So I have a file path to this folder here. And let's say I want this to be my Obsidian file path. So right now this is a global variable. And then let's say I had this macro do some more stuff down here. And then what if I duplicate this and then have a different macro, another macro that I also want to use my Obsidian file vault path. So I could say do even more stuff. Now, if I kept both of these as local variables, they would both be set to the Obsidian file vault path and then deleted at the end of the macro. So both of these macros would delete the local variable at the end. But as we can see here, this is duplicating some actions. So both of these actions are duplicated when I could just set one global variable to my Obsidian file vault path and use it in both places. So I could delete this action entirely, and if I ever needed to use that file path in this macro, then I could just refer to it and it would already be created from this other macro. So this has the added benefit that if I ever need to move my Obsidian folder or change the file path, I only have to update it in one place, in one macro. And that change would be propagated throughout all of my macros. So if I change it to something here and I run this macro, you can see that it updates the variable value. And if I were to try to use that variable in another macro, it would correctly display the updated path to the desktop. Now you could also set these global variables directly in the settings in the variables menu. So you could come here and change this to whatever you want. So you updated the name of your vault to something else, then that would update it in all of the macros as well. So when I run it again, it changes that global variable everywhere. So the last type of variable in Keyboard Maestro is the password variable. So to demonstrate password variables, I'm going to just make a new prompt user for input action, and I'll add a new variable here. And to make a password variable, all you have to do is start or end the name of the variable with PW. So this would make it a password variable. We could also say var name PW, or we begin or end the variable name with the word password. So this is now a password variable as well. And now I will run this macro, and you'll notice that when I type anything in this box, the characters are concealed. Password variables are available to all macros, so they're kind of like global variables in that sense, but they are not displayed in the preferences. So if I open preferences and scroll down, you'll see that password var name does not appear anywhere in this list. Password variables are only stored in memory. So if you restart Keyboard Maestro or restart your computer, they're completely erased. But we can use them as normal in Keyboard Maestro. So we would select the name of the variable and display it within the correct format. And now if I were to run this macro, I would type in something like new password. And when I press enter, that is displayed in a window. So password variables can be useful when you want to conceal what is typed into a text box and to ensure that they are deleted whenever Keyboard Maestro or your computer restarts. As a side note, whenever you have a prompt for user action and you have a variable that starts with the term local or instance, so I'll add one more and I'll call it instance new var, and I run this action, then the name of the local or instance is omitted from the prompt for user action. So this can be useful when you want to prompt the user for input, but you don't want weird names like local email to appear in your list. The type of the variable will be omitted unless it is a password variable. Okay, that was a lot, but now let's learn how to combine your knowledge of variables with something called regular expressions. Regular expressions basically let you search for patterns in text. That probably makes no sense right now if you've never heard of them, but they have some very clever use cases. I'll explain what regular expressions are starting from the basics for about 15 minutes. Then we'll learn how to apply them to make some practical macros. Regular expressions are text patterns that will help you level up your macros and save you hours of time. For instance, I made one that opens all the URLs in some text instead of me needing to open them manually. Or I made another macro that lets me easily add new words and definitions to a flashcard app. I'll first explain what regular expressions even are, then I'll move to Keyboard Maestro and show you some powerful ways to use them. So regular expressions, which are often called regex for short, are just patterns that you can use to find, match, or replace text. So you can think of regex like a search tool, but more powerful. Regular expressions are built into many different apps and services, not just Keyboard Maestro. So for instance, apps like Google Docs will let you actually search using a regular expression. So just to give a super simple example of this, the pattern \D will match any digit in our text. Now there's a useful website called regexer.com that I'll use throughout this video to help visualize what a certain pattern is matching. So down here we put our text, and up here we enter our pattern. So we can search for stuff like normal. So if I search quick, you can see that word gets matched below. Or if I search the word is, that also will be matched below. We can see all of those matches in our text. But what makes regex special is that it lets us search for strings that match certain patterns. And by the way, when I say string, that's just another way of saying text. So let's walk through some of the most common patterns. One pattern is the OR operator. So if you type the pipe or bar symbol on the keyboard, this gets interpreted by regex as an OR. So if I wanted to search for the word the or the word is, I would do the followed by the bar, which means or, and then followed by the word is. And you can see below in the text, all of the places where the word the or is appear are highlighted. Now, what if I wanted to find the numbers 0 through 5? I could do 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, but that's a bit repetitive. Thankfully, there's another pattern we can use, which is the bracket characters to search for a range of characters. So in these brackets, what I can do is I can put 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is basically the same as what we had before, but with less pipe operators in the middle. But there's actually a better way to do this, which is just to use a hyphen in between them. So this would specify the range of characters 0 to 5. And doing something like 0 to 9 would match all of the digits. If I wanted to find all lowercase letters, I could do A to Z like this, and something like A to Z and then capital A to Z, and then even another range like 5 to 7 would match a very specific range of characters. So all lowercase characters, which is specified by this, then all uppercase characters, and then all digits from 5 to 7. And you can see all of those are matched below. By the way, I'm going to show a lot of patterns just to get them out there, and it may be a bit overwhelming, but don't worry about trying to remember everything, since I'll show them over and over throughout the video to remind you what they are, especially once we start using these patterns in Keyboard Maestro. All right, let's say we want to match everything except a certain range of characters. If we want to do that, we can start the range with a caret symbol. So if we do that, and I want it to match everything except the digits from 0 to 9, then adding this little caret before that range would match the opposite of what comes next. So you can see everything except the digits are matched below. That brings me to the next pattern, which I mentioned a bit earlier, which is the \D pattern. This matches all digits, so it's the same as the range we had before from 0 to 9, but it's actually more efficient to write it this way with just a \D, since it takes less characters to write. And then if we do / with a capital D, this will match everything except the digits. So this is the opposite of / with a lowercase d. The capital D is the reverse pattern. So again, that would be the same as the range from 0 to 9 with the caret at the beginning that negates what comes next. Another useful pattern is the word pattern, so \W, which matches all letters, numbers, and underscores. So this is the same as doing a range from A to Z lowercase, A to Z uppercase, 0 to 9, and underscore. So again, the \W is just a much faster way of writing that. And then / with an uppercase W will match the opposite. So it will match everything except letters, numbers, and underscores. One more useful pattern is the \S pattern, which matches white space. So you can see spaces, new lines. So something like this would get matched since there's a blank line between here and the next line, tabs, and so on. And then again, backslash with a capital S will match the opposite, everything except white space. All right, what if we wanted to match multiple digits? Now we could do backslash D, backslash D, backslash D. So this would match 3 digits in a row. But an easier way to do this is actually to do just one backslash D and then use curly braces with a number in the middle, which will match exactly 3 digits. And you could set this to any number you want to match exactly 2 or 3 or 5, whatever you want it to be. If we wanted to match up to 3 digits, we could do a range like this. So a range from 0 to 3 in these curly braces would match all instances of 0, 1, 2, or 3 digits below. To match a different range of digits, we could swap these out with something like 3 to 5 digits, and you can see all places where 3 to 5 digits occur are matched below in the text. To match 3 or more digits, we can just do a 3 followed by a comma. So this will match anything that's 3 digits or longer. So you can see here there's quite a long match, and a match that's even longer would get caught as well. To match 0 or more of a certain pattern, we can do 0, comma, but an easier way of doing this is actually just to use the star quantifier. So what the star means is that it will match 0 or more of whatever pattern comes directly before it. So in this case, there's a digit that comes before it, so it will match 0 or more of any digit. So a pattern like backslash W star would match 0 or more of the word pattern, effectively matching all words that contain numbers, letters, and underscores. As another example, doing hyphen followed by backslash D star matches all hyphens that are followed by 0 or more digits below. So you can see in some places there's a hyphen that's not followed by any digits, but it's still matched by the pattern because the star means 0 or more of what came directly before it. So it doesn't apply to the hyphen itself. If we wanted to match 1 or more, so let's say we wanted at least 1 of a certain pattern, but it could be more, then using the curly braces from before, we could do 1, comma. So this would match 1 or more digits. But an easier way to do it is to use the plus quantifier. So if you wanted to match 1 or more zeros in our text, we could just do 0 plus, and this would find all places where there are at least 1 0 in the text below. One final quantifier is the question mark, which matches 0 or 1 of whatever comes before it. So you can think of it as making the pattern that comes before it optional. So to give an example, doing something like D plus followed by a hyphen, followed by a question mark, would match 1 or more digits. So that's this part here, optionally followed by a hyphen. So again, the question mark is 0 or 1 of whatever comes before it. So we can see below the pattern matches all places where there are 1 or more digits, optionally followed by a hyphen. To give one more example of the question mark in use, we could search for the word is, followed by backslash S, which if you'll remember is the white space pattern. So is followed by white space, and I'm going to make that optional. So 0 or 1 places where there is white space, followed by a digit with the plus quantifier. So the plus again is 1 or more. And we can see below, this will match the word is, followed by a space if there is one, and then followed by 1 or more digits. So hopefully by this point, you're starting to see how we can make some pretty complex patterns with regular expressions and get very granular with the types of text that we want to search for. There are a few other patterns that often come in handy. So one is the new line pattern, which is backslash n, and this will match any new line. So you can see it's not visible below, but on the right, it says that there are 20 matches. What it's matching is all of these new lines, so these blank spaces between different lines of the text. So to make that more clear, if I search for the after the new line pattern, this will match below all of the places where there's a new line followed by the word the. And in this case, it does actually highlight it to make it more clear. So a similar pattern to \n, the new line pattern is \t, which will match all tabs. So you can see all the places where there are tabs in the text below, those get matched by this \t. So again, doing \t followed by the word the will match all locations where there's a tab followed by the word the. One more special pattern is the period, which matches any character except the new line. So any character except the \n that I mentioned before. So if I wanted to match any character, then 4 digits, followed by any character after that, I would do the period to match any character, then \d to search for digits, and I would use 4 inside the curly braces to specify that I want exactly 4 digits. And then I would follow it by another period to say I want to match one of any character after that. And we can see below, each of these matches has any character followed by 4 digits followed by any other character. And in a case like this, it looks like it's matching 5, but remember it's doing any character followed by 4 digits, and then the period is matching any character, which just happens to be another digit in this case. Now, what if you wanted to search for an actual literal period? Since the period matches any character except new lines, you need to escape the pattern to match a literal period. So escaping a pattern means that you add a \, right before it to change how the pattern is interpreted. So whenever you want to search for an actual period, you have to put a \, right before it. There are several other characters you have to escape when using regular expressions. So one is the caret symbol. And you can see down here, if I want to match it, I had to escape it. Another one would be the open bracket, which if you'll remember is the character to start a range of characters. And you can see that gets matched down here once we escape it. So actually all of these characters down here are special characters that need to be escaped. So period, $, open curly bracket, asterisk, open and close parentheses, the plus symbol, the bar or pipe operator, question mark, and even a \ itself. So if I wanted to search for a literal \ character, I actually need to escape it with another \. So you can see once I do it with a double \, then that character gets matched. Now we haven't covered what all of these special characters do yet, but I'll get to some of them later in the video. Now, one final pattern I'll show before we move to Keyboard Maestro is the parentheses. So using parentheses lets you separate part of a pattern into distinct groups. So let's say I wanted to match the word Alice's or the word Bob's. Now what I could do is I could say Alice's or Bob's, again using the pipe, the or operator, but it would actually be simpler to just make a group with parentheses like this. So I could say Alice or Bob inside the parentheses, followed by the apostrophe S. So what's happening here is that it's matching the word Bob or the word Alice. And because they are in parentheses, this acts like a group, almost like its own pattern. And then I can add the apostrophe S, which both of these need to be followed by. So notice how if I didn't have the parentheses, this would match the word Alice or the word Bob's. So to get the apostrophe S to apply to both, again, we need to use a group. I'll give one more example using groups. So if we wanted to match all spaces, including any digits that come before the space, then we could do a group like this. So \d plus, so remember this would be 1 or more digits, and we want to make that optional. So optionally have 1 or more digits followed by a singular space. So notice here how the question mark, the 0 or 1, applies to everything within the parentheses. So this says 1 or more digits, but we want that entire pattern to be optional. So we put it in parentheses, and then we can specify that everything that comes within these parentheses is optional. And then it's followed by a space. So below we can see we're matching all spaces and capturing any digits before the space if they exist. So if we did readings followed by a question mark, this would match the word reading or the word readings, since we're making the S optional. So the question mark is only applying to the pattern that comes right before it, which in this case is a singular letter. But if we wanted to make the entire word readings optional, then that's a good place to use the parentheses. All right, now that you have at least a basic understanding of what regular expressions can do and what some common patterns are, let's start using them in Keyboard Maestro. I'll begin with some simple examples and then get into more advanced ones later on. So to start out with, one macro that I often use is one that lets me enable or disable actions, macros, or macro groups. So normally if you wanted to disable an action, say, you'd have to come right click on it and press disable action. But there's a macro I use that lets me do that with a keyboard shortcut. And the same goes for macros themselves. I can press the shortcut to enable or disable them. And the same for macro groups. Now, there's not a way to do this by default within Keyboard Maestro. There's not a default shortcut for enabling or disabling these different things, but there is a menu item. So if we come up to the view and then we select the item disable action, we can see that there's always going to be a menu item that will toggle the enable of an action or a macro, say. So if I come to a macro and I press view, you can see it says disable macro now. If I have a disabled macro selected, that menu item says enable macro. Now notice how this menu changes based on what is selected. If I select multiple enabled macros, then the view item says disable 2 macros. So this menu name is changing dynamically based on what type of item I have selected and how many are selected. So if we wanted to make a macro to activate whatever this menu item is, it'd be very tricky to do without regex, since the menu name changes based on what items we select. But let's try to make a macro that will do this functionality. So I just have a new macro here with a hotkey of Command E, and below I'm actually going to add an action of menu, select or show a menu item. And then here, before I told you the menu title was view, so I'm going to type view in this first box, but then the menu item below changed. Now, thankfully, Keyboard Maestro lets us use regular expressions in menu and button fields if we start the name of that menu item with a caret. So with the caret symbol, whatever comes next will be interpreted by Keyboard Maestro as a regular expression. So let's think about what pattern would make sense here. Essentially, what we're trying to do is make a pattern that would match any possible menu item in this place. So it could be enable or disable, and then it could say a digit here, so it could be like disable 2 actions, but the action would change itself. It might say action, it might say macro, it might say macro group. So we want to make a regular expression pattern that would match all of those possibilities. Now we could type a regular expression directly into the action here, but I like to use regexer to test the pattern as I'm making it. So down here, I just put some possible combinations of what that menu item could say. It could say enable 3 actions. It could say disable 8 macro groups. It could say enable 1,000 macros. And then up here, let's start making a pattern that will match everything below. So first of all, we know that the menu item will always start with the word enable or the word disable. So again, I'm going to use this pipe operator, which means or. And now you can see below, it's matching the first word in all of these menu items. And then after that, it's followed by a space. And notice below how this is now only matching the ones that say disable. And that is because if we want this space to follow either of these 2 words here, we need to make it into a group. So again, a group, you use parentheses around a certain pattern, and now whatever comes next will apply to everything that came before within that group. So it'll be enable followed by a space, or disable followed by a space. Now, after the space, there could be a digit. So it could be a singular digit, it could be a digit with multiple numbers in it like this, or it could be a situation where there's no digit at all. So what we want to match is a pattern that optionally contains multiple digits. So if you remember, the pattern for a digit is the \d, and we want to match one or more digits. So that was using the plus quantifier after that pattern. However, we want to make this whole section here, the one or more digits, entirely optional. So the way we do that is we add parentheses around it to make it into a group. Then at this point, we can use the question mark quantifier, which, if you'll remember, matches 0 or 1 of whatever pattern comes before it. So effectively making these multiple digits optional. And you can see that matches all the digits correctly below. And one other change we can make to this is just adding a space after those digits. So if there's no digit, then there's only one space between the word enable and whatever comes next. But if there is a digit, then that digit itself will be followed by a space. So we should add that space to be part of the optional pattern here. Now we can start matching the last section of these strings below. So it could be the word action, could be the word actions, it could be the word macro by itself, or macros plural, or macro group, or macro groups. So here we could do a new group like this and say macro group. And I'm going to do an S with a question mark. So again, the question mark makes the pattern right before it optional. So this makes the S optional, which would match group or groups. And then we could do another pipe operator, so the or, and say macro, and then with an optional S, or action with an optional S as well. And now this correctly matches everything that we have below. Now there are a million other patterns that also would have worked. So for example, we could have changed the beginning to say enable or disable by taking out the word enable, or the able part of it, and putting that outside the group. So that also would have worked, and it's actually a shorter way of doing this. But we also want to think about the readability of our regular expression. So maybe that's a more concise way of writing things, but it's actually harder to read than something like this, which is very clear that we're searching for enable or disable. So that's just something to keep in mind when writing your regular expressions. Now, another change we could have made was to this group here. So we could have said macro, and then if you'll remember, the period matches any character except a new line. And we could have used the star quantifier, which matches 0 or 1 of whatever comes before it. So it's saying macro followed by 0 or more of any character. So that will now match the word macro by itself. It will match macros. It will match macro groups. This is just matching 0 or more of any character. And then we could have added the or and just said actions like we had it before. So this is just to illustrate the point that there are many different ways to create patterns that will work for your needs. So now what we can do is we can copy and paste this pattern and bring it back into Keyboard Maestro, pasting it in this action, making sure we start it with a caret so that it will be interpreted as a regular expression properly. And now let's test out this macro. So I'm going to select an action by itself, and pressing my shortcut of Command E successfully toggles it. I'm going to select multiple actions, and that works. How about one macro, two macros, and a macro group? So it seems like our macro is working correctly, and the regular expression was able to help us by dynamically selecting whatever menu item we wanted. Also, for the sake of this example, I have this macro in a group that's available in all applications, but I normally put it in a macro group that's only available in Keyboard Maestro itself, so it doesn't work in other applications. Now you can also use regex in button field, so I'm just going to add a button here for the sake of example. So if you had a button that came up that said, export 3 photos or export 10 photos, then you could use regex in that button field by starting it with a caret and then saying export something like \d plus, which means 1 or more digits, and then photos like this. And if it said export 1 photo, then you'd also want that S to be optional. So this is always something to keep in mind if you have to enable a menu item or activate a button, and that menu or button item may change its name dynamically. Okay, before turning to some more powerful uses of regex, let me show a few more simple examples. So another place we can use regex is in any action that uses the term matches or does not match. So these usually appear whenever you're dealing with some text. So for example, the variable condition, if you're trying to search through a variable, it will have the options of matches or does not match. And if you select one of those, then that will let you enter a regular expression here to search through your variable. Now the same goes for things like the file attribute condition. So a file attribute is just some piece of text, and you can select matches or does not match in that field as well. So any text field will usually have those matches or does not match options. But let's think about how we can use this feature in a macro. So let's say we wanted to make a shortcut that opens a video in VLC if it has a .mov, .m4v, or .avi file extension. Otherwise, it should open the video in QuickTime if it has a different extension. So in Keyboard Maestro, let's use the Finder selection token as our text, which will just contain the file path of whatever file we have selected in Finder. And below, I'm making sure to use matches here to be able to use a regular expression to search through that file name. Okay, and then below we can use an action like open the Finder selection with a certain app like VLC for the first part and then QuickTime for the second part. So we're saying if the Finder selection matches some pattern, we'll open it with VLC, otherwise we'll open it with QuickTime. And now we can think about what pattern we want it to match. So I like to use regexer to create my patterns and test them before putting them in Keyboard Maestro. So I just have a couple different potential example file names that end with different file extensions. Now we know that we want to match files that end with these first 3 extensions. So I'm going to make a group and say MOV or M4V or AVI. And now we're matching the correct file extensions. But let me introduce you to another special character in regex, which is the $sign. We use the $sign to make sure a pattern appears at the end of a line. So you can see without it, it's matching any place that has MOV, M4V, or AVI. But if we add the $sign, it will only match those that appear at the end of a line. And by the way, in regexer, I changed the multi-line flag. So if I didn't have it, it would be searching for these things at the very end of the entire bit of text. But if you change it to multi-line, then it will act as if each line has its own ending at the end here, instead of only matching patterns at the very end of all the text you have. Now the $sign matches anything at the end of a string, but the caret will match anything at the start of a string. You'll remember we typed the caret to use regex within menu or button actions in Keyboard Maestro. So in addition to telling Keyboard Maestro to interpret what follows the caret as regex, it also means it will start matching your pattern from the start of the string. However, we only need this caret for menu or button fields. So if we're typing into a field that says matches or does not match, whatever we write here is automatically interpreted as regex, so we don't need to start it with the caret. But back to the task at hand, we're trying to match any file extension that is one of these three. So I'm going to add the $sign at the end there so that we know that the Finder selection will end with one of these file extensions. And then before that, we can add a period. So you'll remember that the period has a special meaning in regex, so we need to escape it with a backslash. And then before that, we want to match any text at all. So I'm going to use the dot star, which will match 0 or more of any character. So read from start to finish, what this regular expression does is it matches 0 or more of any character followed by a dot, followed by one of these three file extensions at the end of that string. So effectively, this will match any file name that meets our conditions, and it will not match any file name that does not meet those conditions. So I'm going to copy and paste this into Keyboard Maestro, and now we have a macro that says if the file name of the current Finder selection matches this pattern, meaning it ends with one of these three file extensions, we'll open that file in VLC, otherwise we'll open it in QuickTime. And now let's test this out. So I'm going to come and activate the keyboard shortcut here with an AVI file. So pressing it opens the file in VLC. What about an M4V? Running the macro also opens the video in VLC, and MOV does the same. And what about the MP4? So this is not one of the ones we wanted to open in VLC, but running the macro correctly opens the video in QuickTime. All right, another place we can use regular expressions is in the settings of our macro groups. So I have this macro here that types the text file type PDF when I activate it. So it's just a simple type string trigger that will type out this text. Whenever I do semicolon FT, it inserts text by typing. But I only want this to work in a Google search or in a new tab. So what that text does, the file type PDF, if you do it in a Google search, then it will only search for PDF documents. But if I'm not in a Google search, I don't want to accidentally be triggering this type string trigger macro. Now, thankfully, we can change the macro group settings to make sure this macro only works in a Google search or in a new tab. So what I'm going to do here is say available when a focused window title matches. So remember, matches means that you can enter a regular expression, and the title, as I said, should be a Google search or a new tab. So if I swipe up, I can see that this window here says new tab, and this window title contains Google search. So I'm going to use both of those in this window title here and say Google search. And I'm going to use the pipe, the OR operator, to say new tab. So new tab. So now this macro group will only be active when the focus window title contains Google search or it contains new tab. So I'm going to come back, test it out. Let's see, in a new tab, activating the macro works. In a Google search, it seems to work as well. But what if I try a different search engine? So coming to DuckDuckGo, I'm going to try that macro, and it does not work because this window does not contain Google search or new tab. All right, let me introduce a new action to you, the search and replace action, which is super useful for manipulating text. So this action lets us search some text. It could be text that we enter in the action itself. You could paste some text here, or it could be text from a file or from a clipboard or from a variable. But for now, I'm just going to paste some text in here, and then we can search and replace some values within this text and then save them to either the system clipboard, to a variable, to a file, or so on. In this case, I'm just going to save it to a variable called local results. And then below, I'm going to display text in a window, and I'm just going to have it display the results of this action. So we can search and replace our text with normal strings. So just to give an example of that, we could search for the word Bob and replace it below with Robert. So like this. And now if I run this, you can see that the text of Bob got replaced. However, we can also change it to search for a regular expression instead of a literal string. So in this menu, we can choose between a case sensitive or non-case sensitive regular expression. So just to show you what the difference between those two is, in regexer, if we search for a term like Alice with an uppercase A, it will find it in the text below. But if we do it with a lowercase a, it will not. However, if we come to the flags and toggle the case insensitive setting, then you'll notice that searching for Alice with a lowercase a will match as well. So that's what the difference between the case sensitive and case insensitive settings are. Case sensitive will search for the exact case, whereas ignoring case does not. All right, so let's say we have some text with first and last names here, but we want to remove everything except the last name. So we want to delete all of this purple here and only keep these values here. So let's come into regexer and see how we might search for this and then be able to replace it with nothing. So effectively deleting it. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to search for a comma followed by a space. And then like we've done before, we can do something like dot plus, which will search for one or more of any character. And below you can see we're matching all of the first names as well as the text that comes before them, and we're leaving the last names. So if we come back to Keyboard Maestro and we put that regular expression here, and by the way, you'll notice since this is a regular expression field explicitly specified, we don't need to start this with a caret. The only place we need to do that is in menu and button fields. But then below we can replace this with nothing. And now if we run this macro, you can see we save only the last names from our original text. If we wanted to replace what we deleted with some actual text, we could just type it down here like this, last name, and running it would insert that in the place of the pattern that we found up here. Now, what if we wanted to rearrange the names to say first, last instead of last, comma, first? This is where capture groups come in handy. Let's come back to regexer for a minute to learn about capture groups. So a capture group is part of an expression that's surrounded by parentheses like this. I mentioned earlier in the video that parentheses let you separate a part of a pattern into different groups, which is true, but in addition to serving that function, they also capture whatever gets matched by the part of the pattern within the parentheses and lets us refer to that part of the pattern later. So in regexer, we can see the different capture groups in the list tab. To see the match of the entire regular expression, you can use the $ followed by an ampersand. So that will list everything that's being matched by this pattern. And by the way, this \n is just to separate those matches onto new lines and make it a bit more clear. But the $ampersand is what is displaying the results of each of these matches. However, if we want to see matches from specific capture groups, then we can use numbers. So if I did $1, that would refer to everything that's captured by the pattern in the first set of parentheses here. So you can see the parentheses are matching everything that's after the comma and the space, which is the first names in this case. And you can see below, the first names are now being displayed since I'm referring to the first capture group. So if I had a pattern with multiple capture groups, so something like dot plus, like this, and then a comma, space, and then another dot plus, what this is matching is one or more characters followed by a comma and then a space followed by one or more characters. And I'm using the parentheses in such a way to capture the last names into one capture group and then capture the first names into another capture group. So now down here, you'll notice that doing $1 is referring to the last name, so everything within this first set of parentheses. And if I add in, say, another set of characters with $2, the $2 is referring to everything in the second capture group, which is the first names. So back to the task at hand, I mentioned I wanted to display the first name followed by the last name. We could do something like $2, $1 to rearrange our text based on these capture groups. So now it displays first name, last, instead of the other way around. Now back in Keyboard Maestro, we can use that same pattern. So we could do $2 down here, followed by $1. And of course, we need to use the same regular expression up here as well. So the parentheses will capture the different capture groups, and we can refer to them down here. Now, if I run this macro, we see the results as expected, first name, last name, instead of the other way around. And by the way, we can refer to capture groups with a $sign in Keyboard Maestro, or we can use a backslash. So either of those is valid, and it will refer to the capture groups from your regular expression. Also in Keyboard Maestro, there is a slightly different way to show the whole match. So unlike in regexer where we did $ampersand, in Keyboard Maestro we use $0. So here, if I wanted to display first, last, followed by the entire match, I would use the $0, which displays the text like this. Also, we can right click on the action to change whether it replaces all matches or just the first match, which would look like this. You notice only the first one gets replaced, or just the last match. So this is just another setting to keep in mind when using this action. Now, a quick clarifying point. Notice how the search field, this field right here, is the field that contains the actual regular expression. The replace field below is a normal text field, and it does not interpret what you put in it as regex. It does, however, replace certain text tokens. So it will replace any capture groups with their values that are found above. So therefore, if you literally wanted to write $1 or $2 in the replace field, you need to escape the $sign with a backslash. So you'd have to do something like this. So if I put it before these two capture groups, then in the result, those would display literal backslashes. There are a couple other special cases where text in a normal text field will be replaced with something, like if you insert a token or special character like \n. So again, the \n is a new line character. And if I run it like this, there should be 2 blank lines between the first part and the second part of this string, which we inserted here. I went more in depth into tokens in my variables and tokens video, which I'll link to below. And I'll also link to the Keyboard Maestro wiki where you can read more about text tokens. Let's turn to another example of where regex can be very useful. So I'm in the Kindle app right now, and I'm going to copy some text here. So I'm going to press copy and come into a document and paste it. And you'll notice how the Kindle app inserts this citation below the text that I copied, which can be pretty annoying. So let's think about how we can make a macro using regex to only paste in the initial part of the text when we copy something from the Kindle app. So I'm just going to paste that text into regexer since we'll need to create a regular expression in a moment. But in Keyboard Maestro, what I did is I just made a new macro called copy from Kindle. And then here, I'm going to set the trigger to be a clipboard change trigger. So whenever the system clipboard changes, meaning we copy some text, the macro will be activated. And probably we'd want this to only be available in the Kindle app using macro group settings. But for now, I'll just leave it in a global macro group. And below, we can add an action of search and replace like we did before. So this is one way we could make this macro. We just have it search the system clipboard for a regular expression. And let's use capture groups like we have been. So I'm going to say new capture group, use a dot star to match 0 or more of any character. And then I'm going to use two new lines, since you'll notice there's a line break here and here before the citation. So I'm going to have it search for two new lines, 1, 2, followed by dot star, so 0 or more of any character. And this will match the entire thing. But if I list just the first capture group, you'll see below this captures just the text itself and not the citation, because we're matching only the text before the two new lines and other characters. So if I copy and paste this expression back into our action in Keyboard Maestro, we would want it to replace that text with $1, meaning the first capture group. So it's only going to replace it with the text inside the parentheses, which is the text from the Kindle app itself, without any citation. So now if I come back to the Kindle app and I copy some new text, I'm going to just select this and come back to my document and paste it in. You'll notice it only pastes the text and not the citation below, because we're replacing the full bit of text with just the first capture group of the stuff inside the parentheses. So that's one way that we can make this macro and it works correctly. However, there's another way, and I'm going to show you using the search using regular expression action. So this is a new action we haven't seen before. What it does is it searches some text, so the system clipboard or any other text, for a regular expression. And what's special about it is that it allows us to search some text and save the capture group matches to variables that we can use later. So every capture group we make will create a new variable field below, giving you the option to save that specific capture group to a variable. So coming back to regexer, I'll show you what that might look like. So let's say we want to capture this part here, this initial text, to a variable and not the citation below. We can search for dot star in parentheses as we have to make it a capture group, and then the two new lines, but we actually don't need the rest of the expression at that point. So if I use this expression, I can then save the results of this capture group to a variable, and I'll just call it local results. And below I'll use a set clipboard to variable action and have it insert the variable from above into the clipboard. So at this point, I'm going to try the macro and then I'll go back and explain exactly what it's doing. So I'm going to copy some text and come paste it into a document, and it works correctly, pasting that text without the citation. So essentially what this macro is doing is it's searching for 0 or more characters, capturing that to a capture group, and then it's searching for the two new lines, and then it's saving the first capture group here, so the stuff in the parentheses, to a variable, and then we're using that variable to set the system clipboard to the text that's stored within that variable. So right now this macro does exactly the same as it did before with the search and replace action. But let's say we want to modify this, and whenever we copy text from the Kindle app, we want to be able to paste the text and the citation separately. So what we could do is actually add a second capture group. So I'm going to add another one here and say dot star. So the dot star in this capture group will capture the citation below. Like if I do $2, you can see it's capturing the second one, whereas $1 still captures the text itself. So I'm going to use this regular expression, and since I have another capture group, it's opening up a new text field where I can call this local citation. And then below, I'm going to have that be set to the system clipboard before having the system clipboard set to the text itself. So now when we come and copy some text like this and come paste it in, it will first paste the text. However, the second item in the clipboard is the citation. So I can paste the citation separately if I need. So using quick shortcuts to paste in the text and then the citation separately can be very handy. And this action allows us to do that by capturing the different capture groups to variables. Finally, I'll mention that the all variable field here captures the entire match of this regular expression. So let's say we wanted to keep the entire text how it would normally look as its own place in the clipboard. Well, we could create a new variable, local full text, and have it set the clipboard to that before setting it to the other two. So now if I go back to the Kindle app and copy some text like this, then come back to a document, then the first item I paste will be the text by itself. The second will be the system clipboard, and the third one will be the entire text, unchanged from how it's copied in the Kindle app. One of the macros I showed in the intro to this video uses the search and replace action to easily add the definition of a word to Anki, which is a flashcard app. So when you run the macro, it starts adding words from a list of vocabulary, and it copies whatever text is near the cursor when you press enter, and it uses a regular expression to capture the definition and example from that text, pasting them over here on the side into the definition and example fields. So how exactly the macro works is beyond the scope of this video, but I just wanted to give you some inspiration for how you can use regex in your own macros. Now let's look at a couple more advanced regex examples. So someone who signed up for a coaching call with me was working in HubSpot, and he had a notes field for each customer. He had to open all of the links from the notes field and check those websites for every single customer. So normally he'd have to manually click on each of the links to open them, but I helped him make a macro to do this way faster. So with a keyboard shortcut, the macro instantly opens all of the links from the note in new tabs. To make this macro, we had to use regex to capture the links and open them in new tabs. So I'll show you what that looked like. I just have a new macro here with a hotkey trigger. And first I'm going to add a type of keystroke to do Command A. So that will do this to select all the text. And then we want to copy that text. So I'll do Command C. So we're doing select all, copy. And now we can use the search using regular expression action to try to search the system clipboard, the text that we just copied, with a regular expression to capture the URLs. So I'm going to come copy this text here into regexer so we can try to make a pattern to match the URLs. And a quick tip is if you're trying to make a regular expression to match common patterns like emails or URLs, there's probably people that have done it before, so you can search online or ask an AI model to create the regex for you instead of writing it from scratch. So I went online and I found this regular expression, which looks really complicated, but all it does is capture the URLs, which you can see are now highlighted below. And if we come back to Keyboard Maestro and make a capture group and then paste in that regular expression between the parentheses, then we can save the results of that capture group to a variable. I'll just call it local URL. And then below, we can add an action to open a URL, and I will insert this variable as the URL to open. So what we're doing is we're copying all of the text from here. Then we're searching it using this regular expression, which looks for URLs. Then we're capturing that URL to a variable, which we then use to open a URL. So I'm going to come and run this macro, pressing the shortcut. But you'll notice when we try it, it only opens the first URL that was found in the text. So that was the Keyboard Maestro website in this case. The reason for that is because when we use the search using regular expression action, it will only capture the first match within our text. So if we use it like we have so far, it will only open the first link, but we want it to open all of the links. To do this, we need to use what's called the for each action. So for each, I will make it search through the substrings in a collection, and put our open a URL action inside. So what this will do is set a variable called local URL for every section of text from the system clipboard that matches our regular expression. So I'm just pasting in the regular expression from before. And now if we run this macro, you'll see it successfully opens all of the URLs. So what this does is it says, try to find this match in the system clipboard. So it's going to search and try to match a pattern for a URL. And if it finds it, it's going to set a variable called local URL to that value. And then below, we open a URL using the variable that we found. And then the action will loop until it no longer finds a match for this pattern. So the for each action doesn't save capture groups. It sets this variable, the local URL variable, to the entire match of whatever regular expression you have here, looping until it has no more matches. Okay, but sometimes you may need to extract a capture group, meaning some submatch of the entire pattern for multiple matches in your text. So to give a concrete example of that, let's say you wanted to save all of the URLs from your text, so the stuff like this, but you didn't want to include the HTTPS and the www. So you wanted to get rid of this, but only save the actual domain itself. So to do that, we'd need a capture group that would capture just this part of the URL. So coming back into regexer, we can see that this part of the pattern and this part match the HTTPS and www. So we'd want to capture the rest of the URL. So around this part of the pattern, I'm going to add a set of parentheses for a capture group. And then in the list window, if I do $2, you can see that this is matching the second capture group because this would be the first capture group here. The second capture group is matching the domain, so everything after the www. So if we wanted to save this list here in Keyboard Maestro using different actions, what we'd have to do is add a search using regular expression action within our for each action. And then instead of searching the system clipboard, we will search the local URL from above. So we're going to search for all URLs. And then once we have those URLs, we're going to search the URLs themselves for this sub pattern to get only a part of the URL. So I'm going to copy this expression, paste it in here, and then remember that it was the second capture group that we're looking for that will capture this part of the expression. And I'm going to save that to a new variable called local match. And then we want a way to save all of these to a single variable. So I'm going to set a new variable up here, set variable to text, and I'll just call this local result. So this will be our final result, and I'm going to leave it blank up here. But then below, I will append variable local result with our result from the local match in this action here. And then finally, I will display text in a window displaying our results at the very end. So let me just run this macro and then I'll come back and explain it in a bit more depth. But if I come to some text and now I activate our macro, we can see that in a window, it displays all of those domains. Now they're all put together, so we might want to add a couple blank lines between each of them when we append it. And now if I come run the macro again, we can see each of those URLs is displayed in a window without the stuff at the beginning of them. So back in Keyboard Maestro, I'll just walk through this one more time a bit more slowly. We set a variable local result to nothing. So this is the final result that we will display in a window at the bottom. And then we're saying for each local URL within the system clipboard, so within this text here, we're going to look for matches that match an entire URL. So this contains everything, the HTTP all the way to the end of the URL. So then now that we have our entire URL, we are going to search that URL by itself for a sub pattern. So we're going to search for a pattern with a capture group, which in this case is everything after the www, and we're going to save that capture group to a variable local match. And then we will add that local match with 2 blank lines to our results variable from above. And then finally, we'll display that result in a window. So this is a useful set of actions. The basic idea is just having the for each with a search variable using regex inside whenever you need to extract a capture group for multiple matches within your text. In the final section of this course, we'll cover calculations and functions, both of which are advanced features that let you deal with numbers in interesting ways. With calculations and functions in Keyboard Maestro, you can make macros that save you hours of time, like this one that lets me quickly export multiple images from Photoshop with increasing numbers at the end of the name. I also made a macro that instantly creates an email that would normally take several minutes to write. But how do you do this? Before we get to the Photoshop macro, you first need to understand what calculations are and why they're so powerful. I'm going to add the set variable to calculation action. I explained more about variables in my variables tutorial, but basically they just let you store some text that you can use later. So I'm going to call this variable example. And now we can enter a calculation into the field below. So you can see that this is a calculation field because of the C on the right. So a calculation is basically just a number. It's a number or something that will become a number. So 3 is a valid calculation because it's just a number. Now something like 3 plus 4 times 2 minus 58 divided by 99 is also a valid calculation because it will become a number. But adding some text like the letter A would make it an invalid calculation because this is not a number and it won't become a number anymore. There are some exceptions to this though, which we'll talk about later. Now, when we do have a valid calculation, we can see the preview of what that number is below. So you can see this whole calculation here will result in 0.73 and so on. Also, you can do a bunch of fancy math and calculations like taking the square root of a number or doing modular division, but I'll keep this video super simple. You can always read more on the Keyboard Maestro wiki if you want to. But now let me add an action that sets a variable to text this time. So notice how here there is a T on the right side of that field, which indicates that this is a text field. If I put the same thing as before, so literally copying and pasting this text here, you can see the variable will literally get set to this text, so 3 plus 4 times the rest of the numbers here, instead of the result of that calculation. And of course, we can always add other text to a text field that wouldn't be valid in a calculation field, like letters and other characters. Now let's use calculations in an actual macro. So I have Photoshop open on the left here and Finder on the right. And sometimes I have to export multiple images from Photoshop, calling them, say, image 1, image 2, image 3, and so on. So I normally have to come up to File, Export, Quick Export as PNG. And the first one I'd call image 1. And you can see that gets exported to the Downloads folder. And then I need to make some changes to my image and then export the second one as image 2. And I have to repeat this process multiple times. So making different changes to my image and then calling it image 1, 2, 3. Now this is a pretty slow process. So instead of exporting these images manually, I made a macro that does this automatically. So when I run the macro, it prompts me to enter the image name and the number of images I want to export. So in this case, I'll just call it faster version for the image name. And then for the number of images, we can export 5 images. Now, when I'm ready to export, I just press the backtick key on the keyboard. So I'm going to press it right now, and you can see it immediately exports that image to the downloads folder. Then I can make whatever changes I need to the image and then press the backtick key again. And you can see it exports the second version over here. I can repeat this process as many times as I need to, just pressing the backtick key whenever I'm ready to export. And I'll do it a couple more times. And then once we get to the fifth image, the macro will automatically stop. So now we have our 5 versions on the right, having exported them much faster than the manual version. And you'll notice how it adds 1 to the name of the image every time it gets exported. So how do you actually make this macro though? Well, in Keyboard Maestro, the macro has several actions, and I've highlighted the actions that rely on calculations in orange color. So I just went to here. But anyway, the macro first prompts the user for an image name and number of images, and it sets those to these 2 variables here. So then once we get these values from the user, we make a new variable called counter and set it to 1. So this variable is going to contain the number that gets added to the end of the image every time we export. So that'd be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll need to increase this number by 1 each time we export an image. Then below there is a repeat action. Now, normally when you add a repeat action, so repeat here, it has a numeric field that you can change with the arrows. So you can click these arrow keys here to make that number go up or down, or you can type in a number manually yourself. But if you type anything other than a number, then that field will expand and you can enter a calculation here. So you can see the C on the right means this is a calculation field. So notice how in this original repeat action, I used the number of images variable from before. So from up here, we're using that as the number of times we want to repeat the actions within the repeat action below. So in calculation fields, you always refer to variables without the percent signs that you have to use in text fields. So it would be wrong for me to say variable number of images like this. You can see that's red. Instead, we need to refer to it by its plain name. So this is one of the exceptions I mentioned earlier to having text in calculation fields. Text is allowed if you're referring to a variable, but that variable has to contain a number or calculation itself. So to explain what that means, if the user entered 3 for the number of images, then the macro would run correctly because number of images contains 3. It contains a valid calculation. And if the user entered something like 3 plus 3, the macro would also run correctly because 3 plus 3 equals 6, and that would be a valid calculation for this. But if the user entered something like hello, that would not be a valid calculation, and the repeat action would fail because hello is not a numeric value. And notice how when I did that, the text here turned orange. So the action will have orange text and say currently invalid below if you have a variable in a calculation field that contains a value that is not a number, like hello. Now this also happens if you haven't set a variable to a value yet. For example, if I wrote number of images 2, the action would also say currently invalid because number of images 2 doesn't exist anywhere. It hasn't been set to a value yet. Now, even if the text is orange, the macro will still work as long as this variable gets set to a number before the macro reaches this action. But this can be a helpful warning when you're making macros. Now, if the calculation is formatted completely wrong, like if we did number of images plus, it will have red text and say invalid. And the reason for that is that it's expecting a number after the plus. So like number of images plus 2, that would be a valid calculation, but number of images plus by itself is not a valid calculation, even if this did have a numerical value. Okay, but back to the macro at hand. So we prompted the user for a number of images up here and an image name. Then we set a counter variable to the number 1. Then we repeat the actions below for every single image that we need to export. And now let's talk about what those actions are. So the first one is a pause until action. So it's a pause until action with a key condition. So key condition, and I use the backtick key, but you could use whatever you want here. And this is how the macro knows we're ready to export. It waits until the user presses the backtick key, and then it proceeds with the rest of the actions below. So after that, it activates the quick export as PNG menu in Photoshop. So again, that was file, quick export as PNG. And then what the macro does is it pauses until, and this was a button condition, so the button condition here, pause until a button with the name save is enabled. So in Photoshop, that was this export window here. You can see it has a save button, and we want to pause until this save button appears. Then once that save button has appeared, we can insert the name of our image. So we put an insert text by typing action that inserts our image name. So using the image name variable from the very top. And then after that, we add a variable, and this one is the counter variable. So the first time we get to this action, we'll type our image name followed by the counter variable, which will contain a value of 1 because that's what we set it to up here. So then once we type out our image name, we press the save button. So we would have typed image 1 or whatever our image name was, and then 1, and then we press the save button. And then what the macro does is it adds 1 to our counter variable. So this is using a calculation. You can see this is a calculation field. We set the variable counter to what counter was before plus 1. So the first time we get to this repeat action, counter will be 1, and we set it to counter, or 1, plus 1, which will make it 2. So you can see if I right click and try this action, it's increasing that number by 1 below every time. So the second time that we get to this action, counter would be 2, and then we set counter to 2 plus 1, making it 3. And then we're repeating this loop until we reach the number of images that the user wants to export, and then the macro finishes. So to demonstrate this one more time, I'll run the macro and call this image name another example. And let's say we want to export 3 images. I'll press OK. And let's change the backgrounds. I'll press the backtick key. It exports with the counter being 1. And then let's do it again. It exports and the counter variable has now become 2. And one more time, let's do green this time. Press the backtick key and it exports with 3 at the end, and the macro has now finished running because we only repeated those actions for 3 times. All right, now let's talk about text fields for a second. So here I used the set variable to calculation action, but it's also possible to use calculations in normal text fields. So I'm just going to add a set variable to text action to show you what I mean. So right now you can see there's the T on the right. This is a text field. You can actually perform calculations within text fields by using the calculate token. So percent calculate percent, and then in these 2 percent signs here, you can enter whatever calculation you want, like normal. So you could say 34 times 333, and you can see that's previewing to a value down here. Now, if you wanted to use variables in a calculation like this, you would refer to them without the percent sign. So you could say something like counter plus 1, and this would be a valid calculation. In the context of this macro, it's probably simpler to use the set variable to calculation action, but sometimes you want to perform calculations in the middle of a bunch of text, where it would make more sense to use the calculate token. So if you wanted to display text every time you were exporting your macro, you might say something like the next counter will be, and then here you do calculate percent, and then you could say counter plus 1. Then every time you got to this calculation within the macro, it would display what the next counter value would be. Of course, if you still want to use a variable outside the calculation token, then you would need to use the regular variable syntax, so something like image name. This variable would need to be referred to with the proper variable syntax since it's not within the calculate token right here. All right, now you know about calculations, but once you combine them with functions, you'll be able to make some even crazier macros. I'll show you 4 examples of macros that use functions. So someone signed up for my coaching program and he was running an automation on a certain website, but he wanted the actions to run with random pauses between them so the website didn't think he was trying to spam. So this is just an example website I made, and I have a simple example here that clicks the mouse first on the text box, and then it pauses for a second, and then it types some text in the text box, then it pauses for another second, and then it presses the submit button to submit that text. So to make these pauses random, we need to use the random function. So remember, if you start typing in a numeric field, it will expand and you can enter a calculation. So you can see the C on the right. So functions are another exception to having text in calculation fields. Now, once I've entered this random function, I can put a number inside the parentheses like 4. Now this will return a random decimal number from 0 up to 4. And you can see a preview of that number below, how it's changing. Now, if we wanted a random number from 2 to 4, for instance, we could do this, which will return a random number from this value to this value. And now you can see below, it's generating random numbers between 2 and 4. So now when we run this macro, the first action will run, then the macro will pause for a random time between 2 and 4 seconds before typing the text below. So similar to calculations, functions just return a number, and that means you can use them inside calculations. So you could type something like random 2 to 4 times 100, and that would be a valid calculation. You can see now I'm getting a random number between 200 and 400 below. Now you can only use functions directly in calculation fields, but if you want to use them in text fields, you again can put them inside the calculate token. So if I wanted to do a random number here, I could do the calculate token, and then inside the percent signs, I can do my random function. And let's say I want a random number between 0 and 100. So now when I run this macro, it will pause for a random time between 2 and 4 seconds before typing a random number in the text field below between 0 and 100. So I'm going to cancel this macro and then come back to Keyboard Maestro. And let's say we wanted a random whole number. So not a decimal, but a whole number between 0 and 100. Well, there's another function for that, which is just the rand function by itself. Also, you can insert functions by going to the Edit, Insert Function by Name menu item, or by pressing the shortcut Command Control F. I won't cover all of these, but here you can see the list of all functions in Keyboard Maestro. So we're looking at the rand function right now. What this will do is insert a random whole number between 0 up to, but not including the number you enter. So now if I run this macro again, this time it inserts a whole number instead of a decimal number in the text field. Another function that's maybe even more useful than the last one lets you make a keyboard shortcut that opens an app and moves to the next window of that app when you press the shortcut again. So if I press Control Option X, it will toggle through all the open windows of my browser. So here's how you make a macro like that in Keyboard Maestro. You first have an if condition that uses an application condition, so this one here, and you say if the app that you want to enable is not at the front, then activate that application. Otherwise, if it is at the front, then bring the next window of that app to the front. And the way that you do that is with the window count function. So what this function does is return the number of windows in the front application. So in the case of Brave, it's 4 windows because I have 4 windows open. So that means the window count function would return the number 4. So then all this action does is bring the window with the highest index, aka the last window, to the front. So this is a really useful way to quickly open apps and toggle between windows using the window count function. All right, let me show you another cool use of function. So I had a client who frequently needed to send an email that told his customers how much shipping costs would be if they bought 20 items, 24 items, or 28 items. The shipping costs would change, but he had to use a certain formula to find these numbers. And you don't need to follow this math at all, but for the sake of example, let's just say that 20 boxes cost $900. So to get this number here, you'd have to divide 900 by 0.3. So you can see that's 3,000. Then to get the next number, you have to divide the new number by 20. So you can see that is 150. And then to get the last number here, you had to divide that by 12. And that is 12.5. So you can see how it would take a lot of time to do all this math by hand and type up the whole email, which could get really tedious. However, I helped my client make a macro to write the email instantly. All he had to do was enter the initial costs. So let's say that the cost of 20 items was 900, the cost of 24 was 1,000, and cost of 28 was $1,100. Then pressing enter will spit out that whole email with the appropriate prices and calculations already completed. Now in Keyboard Maestro, I'm not going to explain this macro in depth, but it relied on various functions to do things like rounding numbers or taking the larger number between two values. So this macro not only saved a lot of time, but it also always made sure that the email was 100% accurate, since it eliminated all of the manual calculations that a human could make mistakes on. All right, but now let's use functions for another purpose. So once I had to paste some stuff into a text field that cut off any text longer than 200 characters. So to show what that looks like, I'm going to copy this short example here and paste it in, and that pastes fine. But if I try to copy some longer text that contains more than 200 characters, it gets cut off. So you can see all of this text here got cut off by the text field. However, we can use functions to make a macro that will only paste if the clipboard contains less than 200 characters. Otherwise, it will give a warning so that we know the text will be cut off. So I'm going to run the macro now, having copied some short text, and you can see it pastes fine. But now if I try to paste the long text by running the macro, it gives a warning that says there are more than 200 characters in the clipboard. So now I know that the text will be cut off and I won't lose any information when I try to paste it in. So in Keyboard Maestro, let's make this macro. I'm first going to add an if then else action, and then I'm going to select the calculation condition. Now I can add functions and calculations in this text box, which you can see is a calculation field. So if this calculation is 0, then the if statement is considered false, and it will run these actions down here. If the calculation is not 0, so literally any number besides 0, then the statement is considered true, and it will run these actions right here. So to give an example, I'll add the characters function. So this returns the number of characters in the parentheses. So if I write something like hello directly in the parentheses, then this whole calculation would return 5, since there are 5 characters in hello. However, in this case, I'll put the system clipboard token, which will contain whatever text we've most recently copied. So this effectively will now return the number of characters of whatever we've copied most recently. So if the clipboard contains more than 0 characters, which would make this calculation true, then the if statement would run these actions up here. Otherwise, if there were 0 characters in the clipboard, it would run these actions down here. Now, this isn't super useful on its own, but to make the macro that only pastes if the clipboard contains less than 200 characters, all we need to do is add the less than or equal sign with 200 here. So whenever you use things like less than or equal to or greater than in a calculation, this will cause the calculation to return 1 if this statement is true, or 0 if it's false. So in this case, the calculation will return 1 if it is true that the number of characters in the clipboard is less than or equal to 200. Otherwise, this whole thing will return 0 or false. Now up here, we can add an insert text by pasting action. And in that action, we can just add the system clipboard token. So we're effectively pasting whenever the clipboard is less than 200 characters. Otherwise, we can add an action below to display text in a window that will display text with some warning. So we could say like there are more than 200 characters in the clipboard. So now we have a warning whenever the clipboard contains too many characters. So going back to our text box, if I copy a short example and run the macro, it pastes as expected. And if I copy longer text and run the macro, it gives that warning to let me know that there are too many characters in the clipboard. That brings us to the end of this course. I hope you learned a ton, and I can't even imagine the macros you're going to build. Since you made it this far, you might like this video next, where I show how to build a very complex macro from start to finish using a bunch of the techniques that you just learned. Thanks for watching.